Today we are going to be hosting the Gran Turismo Asia Pacific Endurance Series Round 1. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be doing Round 1 today at Watkins, Glen. If you guys remember, we did the test lobby yesterday. We did the test lobby yesterday for those who weren't on the stream yesterday. And today we are going to be doing the official lobby. I will be the backup host today. Well, Terence Laliave, aka Chupagetti, will be the backup host. But actually, he's going to be hosting today, to be fair, because we are having, as I encountered yesterday, some people couldn't join my lobby for some weird reason. So today he will be hosting it. He will be hosting today's lobby. And let me just set the stream around. So before I share with you guys the lobby, before we open the lobby at 7:30, which is 4 minutes from now, I will be sharing with you guys the lobby settings. So 3 hours for Watkins Glen today. Blah blah blah. Actually, you know what? We make this all random. This is one change we're gonna make. Everything will be random. Let me unmute myself on Chupagetti's Discord. Okay. So is the game ready? Yeah, I need to get back to my just updating. Let me just tell the live stream something. So yeah, let me open my live stream again. So for those of you watching the live stream, let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think. We'll be opening lobby in 3 minutes from now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just waiting for Chupagetti to set up his game. So for those of you who don't know how the format of tonight will go, is that when we open the lobby, that's when qualifying starts. Qualifying will run until 8:30 p.m. And yeah, I will be giving out messages in the lobby saying how long you have before qualifying ends. And once qualifying ends, you're not allowed to do one more lap. You have to instead park up at the one-off area at turn 1 of Watkins Glen, which is, if you look at the map of Watkins, this is turn 1, you wait outside here. If you're still in the pits at the end of qualifying, you make one out lap, only one out lap, and you stay on the outside, the runoff area here at turn 1. So 1 hour qualifying once we open the lobby in 2 minutes time. But if we have any lobby discrepancies, like people disconnecting or those who registered for the race unable to enter the track or whatnot, then we will have to reopen the lobby and cut down, and you will have to redo your qualifying lap times, thus shortening the qualifying period. So let's see if you guys. Terence, we have a question from Meg Zelly. I can't fill in the form. Can I join without registration? No. I closed it at 7:15. I think he. Okay, so it's already 7:30. I have to open the lobby now. And then if some people can't join, you copy the settings and you make the lobby again. Okay? So I just change grid start with force check. Afternoon, variable time 10 times, and the lobby will be open right now, friends. Only those who registered for the series and are in Chupagetti's Discord server, you can join the lobby right now. Alright, lobby is open to those. Yeah. But we have people joining, so we might have to shorten quali at this, maybe by a few minutes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when I say shorten, I mean when we open a new lobby, we have people who have to set the lat times again. You know what I mean? Not he said he can access the form, but I already enabled the form to be filled up. So what's the problem? Never mind. Just give him. Just say yeah. Okay, fine. He can join. Just we let him in. We let Mac Zelly in for this round. So, anyways, qualifying. Or should I say, practice / qualifying begins right now, and we have first car on the track, Lit 1 F1. As you can see, he was from our practice lobby yesterday, and he is in the Supra, the GR Supra Race Car 2019, used in the Nürburgring. Okay, here you see the lobby settings. Yeah, the lobby is open, so it's kind of like free practice / qualifying is, you know what I mean? It's a bit complicated. We didn't put it in the regulation document for this round. So this is qualifying, but not really qualifying. You know what I mean? No, I mean because when the lobby is open, then qualifying starts. But if you have to limit the lobby, then we have to reset the times and everything. That means qualifying is shortened. That's what it means. That means they have to do the lap times again, basically. Hello. Yeah, then we make small adjustments to the regulation document for round 2 then, now that we know what we are doing wrong. Nah, that's the reason why I said I closed the form 30 minutes. Yeah. So you can see, mine. I'm the backup host. He copied my settings. No, actually I'm the main host. Chupa's the backup host. If you can't join mine, then we have to ask Terrence to host, basically. So you can see, grid 1 is not a hot lap. Sorry for the disruptions on the live stream, guys. I'm in the Discord. I'm in Spaghetti's Discord voice chat right now, just discussing technical regulations. And you can see one riding up the final corner to finish his first flying lap in the Supra. It's a 54 flat. He's just warming up, not a worry. DuaCell here, our newest entrant, is also in the Supra. We have Ace Rio, who is a two-time Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity finalist, basically the Malaysian Toyota Gazoo Racing competition, on his outlap, and he is in the Supra as well. I'm surprised about the Supras, given that the best cars would ideally be the Silvia and the M4. One for tire wear advantage and the other for fuel consumption advantage. Bro, I'm live. I'm commentating, you know. And we have Blue Phoenix. Blue Phoenix in the pits. And the green one, unfortunately, has a penalty here. Bruh. Hello, not TD. Welcome to the stream, mate. I hope to see you in the lobby later. So we have the new entrant, Mr. Dre 70 Oz. I bet that is Meg Zelly. Meg Zelly is Mr. Dre 70S. So you can see McZelly, car choice is in the Silvia. I think it's on a pad, just trying to control the car. Roger that, Roger. So Blue Phoenix is on track in the not the Silvia, my apologies, he's in the SLS AMG. That car is pretty decent. Driven by, yeah. No. No. You can use whatever you want. But it's up to you again. If you are faster in another car, then sure, go ahead. Because Group 4, which is non-4-wheel drive, it's very balanced. It's almost like balanced, you know what I mean? Almost balanced, but if you choose a group, non-CG says I can't see the lobby. HPSN, SIF, and he will be making the lobby shortly, another lobby. So I will be directing you guys to leave this lobby. I'm going to mute myself, don't worry. And Blue Phoenix has made a very bad error on the last corner. He broke too late. So grade 1, it's on lap here. DuaCell, that's done at 156.2. First lap in the Supra. We have Ace Rio, also on lap 54.7. Pretty decent first lap for Ace Rio. So at the moment we are looking at Spaghetti going to be hosting lobby, so we might have to restart qualifying. We are looking at a possible qualifying restart. So, not TV, if you're still on the stream, please let me know. Please add Spaghetti. I'll just type in the chat, yeah? So Mr. Dre in the Silvia with TCS and on a hot lap. It's in the one of the best cars of the night. So remember, only non-4-wheel drive Group 4 is allowed. As stated in the rules and regulations document when you signed up for the series, and I mentioned it in the driver briefing notes in the server as well. So grid 1 again on a flying lap. We set the number of people to 15 since we have 15 people, including myself, the commentator, and spectator. Sorry guys, I was just talking to Chupagati on his VC. 15. Yes. It's better that way so that people don't waste time refueling. Want it? So yeah, I have to close this lobby now because we are now shifting to Chupagati's lobby. He is our co-organizer and backup host. I'm going to be spectating, so I'll be giving the time. So we're going to be spectating the qualifying. So for those who have not added Chupagati, please add Chupagati right here. This is Chupagati's PSN right here. Please add Chupagati. We can't spectate now because no one has entered the track. So only for registered drivers, please enter the track now. So please give us a few moments for people to enter. So now we are live. We are now going to spectate grid 1 back in the Supra. Duracell here in the Supra as well. Blue Phoenix back in his beloved SLS AMG. And of course in the Supra. Yeah, I agree. As you can see, yeah. But I think you can just try whatever car you feel like driving. I think since the BOP of the non-4-wheel drive Group 4 is like almost equal, then yeah, you just go with what you feel like, what you feel comfortable with, basically. Yeah, Mr. Dre is Max Zelly. He's Max Zelly. He's a last minute entry. Not cheesy says still can't see the lobby. Not cheesy. Can you please just select restart your game? Please restart your game, then you can check. Thank you. If restart your game, please. Not cheesy. If you still can't see the lobby, please go to Chupagetti's stream and let him know. Or I can tell him for you in the voice chat. Don't worry about it, okay? Alright, now we are moving on to the commentary of qualifying since we have about 45 minutes remaining. So grid 1 in the Supra, sector 1 is a 30.5. Anyone else on a flying lap? Not really. So we just focus on grid 1 in a moment. Grid 1 taking to the corner, braking at between the 200 and 100 meter board, third gear, and just swinging it, extending as much of the curbs as he can to extract a lot of lap time. He's going to get a little bit of slipstream from, I suppose this is Chupagetti. Yes, he is getting a good slipstream from Chupagetti, so we're expecting a very good lap time from Grid 1. So 109.6 sector 2. With the aid of course, we are slipstream, but we all know Grid 1 is very competitive and very fast in league racing in Gran Turismo, from Gran Turismo Sport to Gran Turismo 7. So he should be one of the close challenges for this season of Gran Turismo Asia Pacific Endurance Series. And Chupagetti almost impeded the lap of Grid 1, but Grid 1 recovers well. So as you can see, Grid 1 completes his first lap with a 153.305. Pretty decent lap from Grid 1. One of our drivers and also one of our co-organizers, Mr. Luis Moreno, one of the fastest drivers in the Southeast Asian region. Not in Gran Turismo, but in the Corsa Competizione. So he'll be racing today. Blue Phoenix will be next to Corsa line. Ace Rio next to Corsa line 54.1. Duracell here next in the Supra. He Corsa line with 155. Mr. Dre 70 Aussie in the Silvia. As you can see, rounding up the boot section. Doing pretty well here for himself. So let me just refer to the driver briefing notes. He's making his way to turn 9. Now entering the start of the last sector. And we now shift our focus to Chupagetti as he's on the lap as well, picking up a little bit of a slipstream from Grid 1, who is also on the flying lap. Let's see what lap time Chupagetti does. So just a small lift right there, and now braking at the last corner just as the advertisement board begins. So Chupagetti's car of choice is in the M4. So now braking at the second last Gran Turismo 7 board. That's going a little bit wide, which is pretty acceptable for Chupagetti. As long as you have two wheels on the outside curve of turn 1, that's pretty good already. So the target time, as we saw yesterday, would be 152s. Mid to low 152 should be the fastest times we can get out of this combo for today. Chupagetti right now in the M4, just going to turn 5, also known as the outer loop corner, down into turn 6. Exiting, hugging the inside of the curb, And Grid 1 has a moment. Grid 1 has a moment. Grid 1 lost the car on the outside of turn 6. But he recovers well. Unfortunately, he has damage. So he has to wait at the side of the track. It's light damage, so he doesn't have to worry about pitting, you know. The moment. Super Getty, it's on the second row of the grid. So he's on a 155. So he's up by 6 tenths. Up by 6 tenths. SNI Fierce in the lobby right now. We forgot to introduce him. And TZRTZ. He's in the Viper, surprisingly, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's in the Viper. So this car would be very fast in one lap pace, but might struggle with fuel consumption. So we'll see how it goes. On a hot lap yesterday, he was in our practice lobby yesterday. He shown some promise in pace. He's in probably one of the best cars, one of the OB cars for tonight. In the Sylvia. Luis Moreno, meanwhile, that's a high 53, 153.935 in the Sylvia. Oh, and he drifts a little bit on the in turn 1, misses the apex slightly, but managed to get a decent exit. Ace Rio, meanwhile, doing consistent low 54s, but that's not the ideal pace that would be done at this particular combo. And as you can see, he's getting the slipstream from our beloved Silva, also known as ERA MR7. But he pushed over and he's on an out lap, so that shouldn't concern him too much. Luis Moreno right now heading to turn 5. Getting to turn 6 right now. Just trying to hug the inside of the apex as much as possible. Exiting third gear, maximizing the revs to get the best acceleration possible out of the Sylvia, sorry. I don't know why I said Silva. I don't know why. Forgive me. Meanwhile, H3 behind. Luis, meanwhile, improving. I think he did a high 109, probably 109.8, 109.9, sector 2. And now heading to the heel corner. Both of them going to the heel corner. And now Luis Moreno braking at turn 9, just braking dead under the 100-meter board, trying to get the car to rotate as much as possible, but he loses time in the third sector. He probably didn't get a good exit out of heel. Ace Rio, meanwhile, just sticking his car on the right lines at the right places. Luis Moreno, full power off the last corner. Let's see what lap time this puts him in. It's a 153, but Ace Rio goes a tenth and a half faster than Luis Moreno in the Supra, 153.5. What a mega lap from Ace Rio. They're closing the gap on. Oh, and Grid 1 makes a spin. He clips the curb at the bus stop wrong, and it causes the car to unsettle. Causes the suspension to go all sideways there. And I promise I didn't jinx it. I promise I did not jinx it. Anyways, let's keep on spectating these two, because these two look like they could be in contention to take away the pole position of Grid 1 at the moment. So, Ace Rio, can we see if any of these guys will be able to improve? Super Getty, in the M4, he's probably the only M4 driver in the lobby. Yeah, he's the only M4 driver. So this car is capable of doing low 52s. I sent him a lap guide. I did a 152.6 with this car. But of course, it's a private lap, so I can't share it with you guys. But anyways, forget about that. Terrence got a track limit penalty for track limit penalties. Luis Moreno, will he be improving? He looks like he's pulled up a big gap over Ace Rio. So he's purple. Luis Moreno goes slightly over 10 purple on Grid 1. Let's see whether this will be the first 152 of the night. And we have about 35 minutes of qualifying to go. Alright, would it be a 52? It's a 153-2. He loses half a tenth to the last sector. What will H3O do? He doesn't improve. He lost about 2.5 tenths in the previous lap. Probably the tire kicking in, so he might have to consider changing tires soon. We have 10 people in the lobby at the moment. And as we approach kind of the halfway mark of qualifying, well, short of the halfway mark, we are seeing Luis Moreno on pole position, followed by Glen 1, less than 10 behind, Ace Real with a 53.5, Super Getty with a 54.2 on the second row of the grid, DCRTD in the Dodge Viper, very interesting, very close to Super Getty's time, only 14 milliseconds, and Silva and someone left the pit. Excuse me. Apologies for my cough. So we have 12 people in the lobby. I mean, exclude me, I'm just the host. So just a reminder for all the registered drivers, you are not allowed to change your car choice when I say 5 minutes left in qualifying. Basically, in about half an hour from now, you are not allowed to change your car again. You must remain on track for the last 5 minutes of qualifying. I can't say that in the rules. So, but when qualifying ends, you must do one out lap, and then once you cross the line, you wait at the outside of turn 1. With one pit for fresh tires, he should be looking to get back his pole position from Luis Moreno. Luis made a mistake, so he ends up behind Rio. This is good for Luis, as he can get a very, very strong slipstream from Ace Rio. So let's see how much of lap time he can gain with the slipstream, as the slipstream power in the Group 4 is pretty strong. So we are expecting our professional pole sitter of the Gran Turismo Asia Pacific Endurance Series Season 2 Round 1. Oh, and he gains almost a full tenth in the first sector alone. So that is, this could be pretty good for Luis. If he can keep this lap together, he will be the first one in the 52s. Ace Rio pulls over as he understands that he's probably not going to move his lap, and he doesn't want to impede Luis Moreno on his qualifying lap. So that is good sportsmanship from Ace Rio. So he's just letting other drivers through. He probably wants to do a cool down lap just to save tires and possibly just compose himself before he does another lap. Grid 1 had to pause the game a little bit, weirdly. So Luis Moreno right now still on his fire, braking at slightly after the 100-meter board, and he got the power earlier. He runs on the gas a little bit. Oh, and he goes half a second faster, half a second up on his own lap. Let's see what Luis can do with the Silvia. Last corner, gets on the power early, slightly after passing the apex. Now let's see. Oh, he got a bit of damage. I think he hit the wall. So 52.6. This is our first 152 by Mr. Luis Moreno. What a great lap, even with the damage. He still hooks the lap up and gets the first 52 of the night. Now, can Grid 1 do anything about it? Grid 1 has fresh tires and significantly lower fuel. So will Grid 1 be challenging for pole position in round 1? Well, it remains to be seen. We will find out shortly. So right now he gets a penalty for running a bit too wide. He didn't put two wheels enough on the outside curb of turn 1. So it's 7:59 now. I'll be sending out a half an hour limit Okay, I would say half an hour limit, but half an hour countdown warning. So, TCR TZ right now in the in the Dodge Viper, he's doing very well in this car with a 153.3. Silva 153.5 in the SLS. H Rio, meanwhile, he's behind TD and Silva, so he has to find more time if he wants to be in contention for the podium or perhaps the race win. Spaghetti right now in the Silvia, Nissan Silvia, probably one of the lightest Group 4 cars in the category. Turns well, accelerates well, but probably doesn't have the competitive edge on overall acceleration and straight line speed of the four-wheel drives. Hence one of the reasons why we banned. So let me just please enter track. I have to let this guy know he has to enter the track. Please set time. Okay, now I'm going to be telling the guys you have 30 minutes of qualifying to go. If we can enter the track, that'll be much appreciated. Thank you. Please enter the track now. You will not be allowed to set a qualifying time if you enter the track. If you enter the track, lobby end track at 8:25, basically a 5-minute warning. So Luis, right now, half a 10 up again. Just nice we are spectating Luis again. Second, but Luis loses a bit of time in the 63. So he lost about 10, but that's okay. It's now sunset, and Luis is going to pit for a fresh set of soft tires. So he's the only one with 52 so far. Will Ridwan be able to improve? Ridwan has not been having good qualifying session. Apart from his first lap with full fuel, he has not been doing very good laps, unfortunately. He's been making a lot of mistakes. So this is giving Luis a very big advantage right now. He has a pole position gap of over 6 tenths. So let's spectate one right now. Is the thermal braking as the braking marker, as I mentioned. Luis exiting the pits with the fresh set of tires. Ridwan still has fairly new tires and now heading to passing turn 4. Basically flat in any car except for road cars. He's purple on Luis Moreno. This is a good sign. He has to nail the rest of the lap now. So braking once you pass advertisement's box on the left. Accelerating, he doesn't get a good exit, but he tries to control the car well. But unfortunately the messed up corner exit at turn 5 compromised him a lot, but he does get a decent exit out of turn 6. Now braking at the 100-meter board, the last braking board of the boot corner, he loses about 3 tenths, unfortunately. Ridwan needs to get his shit together, basically. But we know Ridwan's fast. His race pace is good. I think he just lags a bit in the qualifying. He's trying to control the car there. That was probably lag, I think. Braking at the 100-meter board. I don't think he's going to improve this one, but he can find time. Unfortunately, he lost half a second, so that's a bit unfortunate there. HVO on outlaps, and Silva also on outlaps as well. As you can see, the sun is setting. It's a very beautiful sunset at Watkins Glen. We have less than half an hour of qualifying to go. And I have to let this guy know he has to enter the track. Ridley, please. Okay, he's at the track. Okay. Ridley is in the Sylvia as well. So let's do a head count of the car choices from our drivers. Luis Moreno is in the Sylvia, Supra, Dodge Viper, M4, surprisingly he changed his car. Ace Rio is in the Supra. Fierce is in the Sylvia. No, Supra, Sylvia, AMG, Sylvia, and Sylvia. So more than half of the drivers tonight are in the Sylvia, surprisingly. Even Triple is in the Sylvia as well. But unfortunately, Triple is 1.5 seconds off the pace from his fellow compatriot, Luis Moreno. We are still waiting for, I think, let's check the attendance on, we are waiting for Vincent video game between Nismo86, Nismo, Wahoo, and Kevin. So Luis Moreno right now, he does 152.6, 7 milliseconds away from improving his time. And now we are going to approach nighttime conditions. With one pits again, but he has to improve before the track goes dark. As once the track goes into night time, then you won't. You have less than 15 minutes before you lock in your car choices, ladies and gentlemen. You still have time to change your car. Yeah, you can change as many times as you want until 8:25. We have about 23 minutes before qualifying ends, so yeah, you have. When we reach 8:25 local time, I will give a 5-minute warning. Basically, that means you are not allowed to change your cars again, and everyone must be entered on the track. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be doing that, don't worry. I already planned everything. Yep, got it. So as you can see, 22 minutes before qualifying ends. 22 minutes. Hi Kevin, please, I think you kind of joined qualifying a long time. The track is quite dark now. Yeah, the track is dark. Okay, we have 14 drivers. Okay. Lobbies. All the registered drivers are here. Thank you, guys. So we have all the registered drivers here. We have some late entrants. Kevin, okay, he's not really that late. So I just give a 20-minute warning to those in the track, to those in the lobby. As you can see, it's already past sunset and it's night-time conditions. Grid 1 right now, he's improving. So Grid 1 is finding pace now. This is good. Grid 1 is finding the pace. Let's see whether he can improve his lap time. Breaking dead on 100-meter board. Can he close in the gap to Lewis or perhaps challenge for pole position? He has 75% fuel left in his car. So a quarter of the weight on his car is gone. So let's see. 3 tenths up. 3 tenths up. Almost 3.5 tenths up on his old time. So let's see. Will he be able to find significant improvements? Let's see. Will he be the second person into the 52s? It's a 52.9 from Grid 1 in the Supra. He finally got it. He finally got a 52. But Lewis is on a new lap. He has also pretty low fuel right now. Will he be able to extend his advantage at the top of the turn 1? It's right now. Sorry, I'm getting distracted in the voice chat. Yeah, we are in the voice chat. Yeah, it's kind of haywire in the voice chat. But yeah, Lewis is on a new hot lap. Will he be able to improve in the nighttime conditions? No. He loses 4 tenths in sector 1. This is going to give Grid 1 an opportunity. Oh, but Grid 1 has gotten a track limit penalty. TCR will he be able to improve? No, he's trying to find a grip, but unfortunately, no. Silva still on the second row. I don't think a lot of people are going to improve the lap times right now, but Supergatti has found a lot of time. He's now on a 53.6. Yeah. So he's in the M4 again. As I said, I think he might be one of the few drivers in the M4. Silva is back in the SLS. Half a second for track limits, I presume, not improving his sector 1. Duracell, we are not kept in touch with the other drivers. Okay, who is here? Let's focus on the new drivers who enter the lobby. Nismo is on a lap right now. He just set a lap of 55.7. Not really competitive at the moment, but if he can find a bit more pace with a bit more lap time, track time, then he should be challenging mid-pack for perhaps 7-6 place. So for those who, I forgot to mention this, we are having a point system for the series. We are having a point system. So the point system for this series will be first place will be getting 400 points, second place 380 points, third place 360 points, P4 340 points, P5 320, P6 300, P7 280 points, P8 260 points, P9 240, P10 220, P11 200, P12 180, P13 160, and P14 140, P15 120 points. So pole position. So we are going to be having bonus points. We're going to be having bonus points. Pole position will be 5 points extra, and fastest lap in the race will be 15 points extra. So the maximum amount of points that the winner can get, or anyone can get, will be 420 points. And for those who don't know the format of the series, I can't explain everything on the screen, but we are having 4 rounds for all the Saturdays of this month. All the Saturdays in October, we will be doing Season 2 of the Gran Turismo Asia Pacific Endurance Series. And we have 15 minutes of qualifying remaining. Let me just message. Fifteen minutes remaining. 15 minutes remaining, guys. 15 get used to, if I were you, I would get used to the cars that you want to lock in. Yeah, I will unmute myself. Yeah. Okay. I'll be muted for now. Just have to remind the guys 15 minutes remaining. So, yeah. As you can see, we have a new lap by grid 1. We'll be able to improve. We have not been keeping up that much because we are just trying to keep track of the timings and trying to explain the rules and regulations of GT apes. Please excuse me. So yeah, you can see, will one have a good sector 3? He's on fresh set, not really that fresh anymore. Unfortunately, he's not improving. He's 4 tenths down on his lap. Luis Moreno right now heading to turn 8. Oh, he exceeds the track limits a bit, so he's going to be getting our maximum 1 second penalty. Otherwise, it'll be half a second. Yes, as I predicted, it's a half second penalty for Mr. Luis Moreno. So he's going to let some drivers through. I'm not sure who's behind Luis. Here's Nismo. So let's keep track on our new drivers here. Hu from China, one of the fastest drivers from China. He's very fast, up and coming driver. We hope to see him compete in the upper ends of the Asian top split soon. Kevin, also another up and coming driver from Malaysia. So Hu on a flying lap right now. Kevin's on an out lap, but let's see how Hu can navigate to Watkins Glen. These two joined the lobby a little later than expected, but that's why we made the qualifying 1 hour, so we can allow people to join in the lobby. So Hu going to complete his very first flying lap. He's getting a certain benefit from Kevin. It's a 155. It's a 155 flat. So let's spectate Kevin right now in the Sylvia as well. Most of the drivers are using the Sylvia. So Kevin just navigating to turn 4. What will his sector 1 be? I think it's a 130. I think it's a 31. So he's just navigating to the Watkins bus stop second, heading to turn 5. Taking a slightly wider line, but I think he's trying to. He doesn't get a decent that great of an exit, but that's okay. The visibility in this time of day is quite bad, given it's night time. So now braking at the last 100-meter braking board for turn 7. You got to get a very early exit in order to maximize the exit. 12 minutes. Stand by for my 5-minute warning. So this is the stage where everyone should start considering what car they want to lock in. As when I say you have 5 minutes left in qualifying, you are not allowed to change your car selection anymore, and you must remain on track. Once qualifying ends, everyone has to wait at turn 1, or if you are still in the pit lane, you have to do 1 out lap, and then once you finish your out lap, you wait at the runoff area at turn 1. Basically, where Kevin is right now, but on the runoff area, like where this guy is waiting. What's his name? Where Pierce is waiting. That's where you wait. This is the place where you wait once qualifying finishes. And then I will ask Spaghetti, the lobby host, to start the race once everyone is there. Then we can formulate the grid. But at the moment, not many people are improving their laps. Louis still on pole by 2.5 tenths ahead of Red One. So this will be some interesting developments. Will anyone be able to improve by the end of qualifying? We have 10 minutes to go. We have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes remaining before qualifying ends. So can we see Luis potentially improving his lap time? This is not just a qualifying session. This is also practice. Oh, and Pedro, Silva Pedro, also known as but we call him Silva according to his code name. He does a 53.2. I'm sorry we didn't see his lap. I wasn't expecting people to improve in these conditions, but somehow Silva has made a great improvement, and Spaghetti in the M4 does a 53.3. So guys are finding more and more pace as qualifying is going to come to a close. SNI Fierce waiting at the runoff at the turn 1. For your just announcement, guys, when you're passing turn 1, if you see Fiat 971 outside of turn 1, that is where you have to park your car at the end of qualifying. Just a reminder. Yeah, once I see qualifying ends. So Luis now getting more challenges for his pole position as a lot more people are improving their times. Let's respect it. Silva will be. I don't think he's going to improve because he's on a slow out lap. No, yeah, out lap. That's a good on lap. So let's see. So 53.1. So third gear. So he gets a very good exit out of turn 1. Let's spectate 1 right now. So now heading through turn 3 and turn 4, this sequence of uphill corners which are generally flat. Let's see whether Grid 1 will be able to improve his time. His sector 1 is, and Grid 1 goes purple. Grid 1 is purple in the first sector. Let's see whether Grid 1 that's a very decent chicane. He has to brake early because he's on the outside line. He has to hug the inside as much as possible. He hugs the inside pretty well, and he takes advantage of as much track limit as he can, braking just before the 100-meter board, hugging the inside and accelerating as you are facing the orange paint on the wall. Now braking at the 100-meter board. Once you're in the middle of the apex, full throttle, but he doesn't improve his sector 2, so he lost about a tenth. So hugging the inside of turn 8, the heel corner, and braking at the 100-meter board for turn 9. Full throttle, he's just trying to find the limit. He improves that's PB sector 3, but now he has to give it everything. He has to send it in the last corner. He has to be very confident on his exit. So pretty decent exit, but he loses one big tenth. So he loses time. Unfortunately, Luis, I think he hit the wall or something. He gets, I think he hit the wall or the, I don't know what you call that. I think he exceeded too much track limit, so he gets a 3.5 second penalty. Okay, guys, this is it. 5 minutes. Yes. Yeah. Terence, are you okay with that? If you want go to the washroom. Okay, go now. Okay, so we've given out the 5-minute warning. No one is allowed to change the car anymore. That's less than 5 minutes. When I say qualifying is finished, that means it's finished. Okay. Okay, now we're back to qualifying. 3 minutes left, so people have about 2 laps to finish their lap. Let's see if anyone's going to improve. Which one has a track limit penalty? Tupageti is now in the 52s with the M4. So Tupageti right now suddenly in contention for pole position. Unfortunately, he gets a penalty, but he's going to improve, but unfortunately, he gets a penalty. So now Silva is now waiting at the runoff at turn 1. Two minutes remaining. Okay, so now we have people waiting at turn 1: Fierce, Kevin, and Pedro. Okay, you guys just stay there. You guys just stay there. Yeah. I'll be unmuted in 1 minute. Okay, so we have less than 2 minutes to go. Luis not improving. He has a penalty. Will lead one. Real right now. Can Real improve his 153.5? He started out disqualifying very strong, but now with the cars ahead of him, he's going to improve. He has set a personal best sector 1. He has to get a very good turn 5 right here, just hugging the inside of turn 5, heading to turn 6. And there's an incident, but Chupageti going to something. Cause he heard, I heard him scream in the VC. You have 1 minute to go, 1 minute. Yeah, when I say qualifying, it's finish the current lap and then you wait at the exit of. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Meanwhile, HBO, he's improving, but he has to nail the heel corner and turn 9. So braking after the 100-meter board, just he has to find the grip. He's finding the grip. He nails the apex. Will he be improving? But no, he loses 3 tenths, so he's not going to improve, unfortunately. Pedro is just waiting on the pit exit. Spaghetti qualifying is finished. Finish the current lap and wait at the exit of turn 1. Terence, you crossed the line just in time. You lucky bastard. Yes, yes, you crossed the line when you had 1 second to go. Sevens, you have to finish. You have to finish. You have to finish the lap, and then you park. You gotta park at the end of turn 1. Oh, you're letting people through. Okay, fine. Okay, so Spaghetti just lining up the last corner. Yes, it's correct. We have 14 drivers, maximum 15. Please go to turn 1, and then I will just do a head count. Oh, we have one guy in the pits, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. So, yeah, the grid is set. P3. Okay, we are gonna start. Okay, we can start. Start now. Alright guys, we're gonna start the race now. Luis Moreno will start on pole position. Win 1 will be on the front row. Spaghetti. Alright, we're gonna start the race. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3 hours of Watkins Glen. 3 hours. Alright, I'm gonna show you the commentary. Alright. We're in for 5 lights. 4, 3. And it's lights and away we go from pole position. Luis Moreno gets a great start, and Spaghetti side by side will hit 1 into turn 1. And would Spaghetti follows Luis Moreno nicely into turn 1. Pretty clean from the front back. As you can see, Cheesy on the outside of Pedro Silva right there, gleaming the outside of turn 2. Oh my goodness me, this is just a great overtake from Cheesy. And further down the back of the grid, Pierce overtakes Oahu right there. Kevin falling behind Oahu. This is a very close battle in the midfield, and you have Duasel here going to get overtaken by Nismo. Side by side, it's going to be 3 wide heading to the chicane. everyone getting to the skiing very cleanly. Luis Moreno still holds P1 and Tupageti P2 for closely behind the good one in the Supra. And another Supra of H wheel. And as you can see, everyone in single file. Not much battling going on still. Duracell still behind Kevin. The mid pack. I muted myself. Don't worry. Oh, and someone goes off. Someone went off at the turn 7. I think might be Mr. Dre 70. Now we're heading back to the front pack. Silva running a bit wide there. Would that be a penalty? We're going to keep monitoring. Tupageti just trying to hold on P2 in the M4. Grid 1 very close behind. He might be trying to make amends for his bad start. And Grid 1 runs slightly wide. Oh, and there's more cars running wide. That must be cheesy in the Dodge Viper. And he gets a 1 second penalty. Further behind, we have a battle in the midfield for P7. Fierce versus KCR Oahu. Oahu in the slipstream. Got a very good exit indeed. Let's spectate Oahu right now. We're looking on board his bumper cam. Will he be able to capitalize on Fierce's bad exit out of turn 1? And there's another battle there. The leaders right now is very close, and 3 different cars in the podium places. We have Luis still leading the race in the OP Silvia. Terence Zaliave also with Tupageti in the M4 in P2, so it's a Filipino 1-2, and P3 is Grid 1 in the Supra. But he lost a bit of time. Oh, and Tupageti tries to send it down the inside, but he fails. Okay, folks, alright, keep driving. Anyway, we are still spectating Tupageti, just trying to keep onto the slipstream of Luis Moreno. The big advantage that the M4 has, as you can see right now, so fastest lap now goes to Tupageti with a 153.2. Oh, and that's the overtake by Rio dives on the inside of Grid 1. The Supra's battling now for the podium places. Oh my goodness me, what a dive. And he makes it stick. This is going to be... Now we're going to have different segments of the race, different battles going on. We have a battle for the lead, and then we have a battle for the podium places. This is going to be an exhilarating 3 hours of Watkins Glen. You will not get a boring moment in the race unless there's big gaps, then, you know. So Tupageti just backing off a little bit. As you can see, Tupageti just sticking onto the slipstream of Luis Moreno. Just sticking to the back of Luis. And we're witnessing a close battle for the podium places in between the Supras and Silva. Closing in, he might be in contention for the podium here. So he is one of the underdogs of GTH. If you don't hear me for a while, it's because I'm muted doing commentary, so don't mind me. So Silva, he lost a bit of time to the Supras. He's probably trying to conserve his bow tie and fuel. Although the multipliers are 1x and 1x, but you gotta understand that it's the tire wear is very significant. So right now we are take a commercial break. I had to reply a message on Discord. So still close battles here for P1. Spaghetti still maintaining a 6 tenths gap to Luis. The advantage right now is that Spaghetti has way more fuel than Luis. By a bit, probably like 1 or 2%. H Rio and Red One having slightly used up more fuel. And Silva just keeping a respectable 1.2 second gap to the Supras. They might be they are batting a lot, but then he lost. No way, he gained more time actually. He's still maintaining a 1.2 second gap, as you can see. So H Rio still ahead of Red One by 3 tenths, 4 tenths now, but this is the dirty air effect. So the dirty air from the Group 4s are pretty strong, as reported by other drivers. I mean, I also kind of felt it myself when I was practicing in like lobbies. Meanwhile, Luis still far ahead of his compatriot Spaghetti. Oh, and Spaghetti grazes the wall a little bit. He grazes the wall, but he was lucky to escape. And he does a 52.9, while Luis gets the fastest lap at the moment of a 52.5. Great stuff from Luis Moreno. Spaghetti lost a lot of time now. And right now the gaps are opening up. Oh, and we are now witnessing a three-way battle for the podium. Red One probably made a big mistake, and now he's losing on the ground. Silva is on the attack. Will he be able to overtake? But no, he backs off. There wasn't a proper suitable gap to complete the move on Red One. But at least we still have some close battles on the track for the podium. We're still going to be witnessing this battle. It's still very close. Red One under big pressure from Silva. Red One, who looked to be one of the favorites to win round 1, is suddenly finding himself in the battle for the podium places due to that bad start he got from lap 1. So, P3, P4, P5 covered by 7 tenths. It's very close, as you can see. So both the Supras have saved more fuel than Silva, who's in the... Oh, and we have a disconnection. Mr. Dre disconnected. Yes, we had Mr. Dre left the room. Meg Sally unfortunately left the room. Or disconnected, I don't know. Could be either one. I wasn't spectating. I wasn't spectating him, so... Anyways, Red One has lost a bit of time to Rio on the last sector, which is putting Silva on the great... Oh, he's up his bumper, almost hit the rear of the car. He runs a little bit wide at turn 1. Would that be a penalty? I'm not sure. But we keep an eye... Oh no, he gets a penalty. He was in contention for the podium places, and unfortunately he gets a penalty. And Red One right now still keeping within 3 tenths of Rio, taking the CK very tentatively, just trying to place the car on the right spots of the track. Oh, and H Rio clipping the gas a little bit. No, yeah, it has started in the afternoon. It's 10 times weather acceleration rate, so it should be sunrise soon, I hope. I hope it should be sunrise coming up shortly, I think. And Red One makes the overtake on Ace Rio for the podium place. What a great overtake by Red One. Great job. That was a great overtake. I muted myself, okay? I muted myself. What the hell? Okay, fine. I will mute and unmute myself from time to time, don't worry. Okay. And we have a battle for the podium place still ongoing, and Red One does a personal best of a 53.334. H Rio close behind, lost a second on that lap due to being overtaken by Red One. We have Silva running wide again at turn 1. He should be trying to avoid making those mistakes. He was in contention for the podium, and as we speak, he gets another 1 second penalty. This might put him in danger of losing 5th position as TCR Gigi is closing the gap. He just gained close to 3/10 alone in the first sector. Although he did improve, but due to Silva's error on the first corner, he just gained a significant chunk of time. And now it's less than 2 seconds, so he will be in a prime position to take 5th place from Silva. And Uwahu behind in 7th, looking to take advantage of the errors of other drivers. Maybe he might be an outsider for a top 5 finish, given he started from, well, let's say he started from the back of the grid. As an I fears me now, let's look at the battles at the back, because we expect some great racing from the back row, and as you can see, Nismos have a penalty, and Vin has a penalty as well. All in the Sylvia, by the way. So SNI is going to pull away. Nismo has a penalty. Bridwig makes the overtake because he had a 0.5 second penalty, and Nismo would tuck behind Bridwig for the time being. Kevin in 11th. He has the chance of finishing well inside the top 10. He just has to keep it cool, keep it steady, keep it sexy. And as I say, keep it sexy, he doesn't keep it sexy as he unfortunately exceeds the track too much and hits the wall of the exit of turn 9. So we shall be expecting pit stops for tires not now, obviously. We'll probably wait another half an hour for the race to develop. We'll still keep an eye on the battle for P9. So we have 3 battles going on, battle for P9, P5 and P3. Out in front, Luis has extended his advantage to about 3 seconds now from Kevin Slaliave. Very good pace for Luis, although he has probably exceeded track limits a bit, probably at turn 1, and has gotten himself a half second penalty, which should reduce his pace by about a second this lap. Meanwhile, Grid 1 has extended his advantage by a few more tenths as Ace Rio picks up a 1 second penalty from exceeding track limits at turn 1. Reaching himself now, and well, he will lose a slipstream to Grid 1. So big gaps are starting to emerge out in front as drivers start to find the pace and rhythm with their respective machinery. H Rio, well, he's now on his own. Here's a big gap. Oh, and you can see Silva under pressure from TZ. TZ hooks down the inside. He backs out of it. So we have a spicy battle for 5th place, emerging from 3 drivers in 3 different cars. Silva in the SLS, TZ in the Viper, and Uahu in the Sylvia. But there's a twist, he's not running a rear wing. For those who don't know, you can modify the Sylvia's rear wing in game. So you can run a Sylvia with the rear wing, or without a rear wing, or a Sylvia with... I did not say that. You can see there is a very close battle. It's very close. Will TZ go on the outside? He's thinking he's going to make a move on Silva. He is making a move. He is making a move. They are side by side heading to the chicane, and he makes a move on the outside. What an overtake by Cheesy, but no, he backs out. Surprisingly, I thought he made a mistake, but Silva manages to break later. I'm struggling to speak right now, and Cheesy makes a bigger error. So he gives up P6 to Oahu right now, as Silva is probably going to use this opportunity to run away. And he has already made a 2-second gap, as Oahu right now is going to be engaged in a battle with Cheesy for P6. What a great turn of events, and we're not even half an hour into the race, and we have 3 hours of racing. Therefore we have 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, and my voice is going to fuck itself in this ass right now. I'll drink some water later. Spaghetti reporting his tire wear is not going to last, and he's proven correct, and he has twice more tire wear than Luis. It's report the tire wear percentage. That's brought to you by AWS. Not really. You are right, actually. You can see Luis has about 15 to 20% tire wear on its front tires, and Spaghetti in the M4 has 50% tire wear remaining. So he has used more than half, 2.5 times more tire wear than Luis. No, your car's still good on fuel, don't worry. You have way more fuel than Luis, so don't worry. Yeah, you got a point. Anyways, reporting back down the field, Grid 1 has a 1 second penalty, and we all know why, because of turn 1. So all drivers in these conditions will have to be very careful of exceeding the track limits at turn 1. So Grid 1 lost a lot of time. He lost a lot of time there to Rio due to the penalty, and now that we have a battle for the podium again. As you can see, Grid 1 will have to keep it together. Rio is receiving significantly more tire wear than Grid 1, so he will have the tire wear advantage, definitely more cornering advantage, as opposed to Grid 1 having his front left tire open up more. So, but Grid 1 has, he gained a bit of time, but I think he lost a lot of momentum on the exit. So now, Rio right now, up on the slipstream, heading to turn 1, he's 6 tenths behind Grid 1. He loses about a 10 due to the dirty air effect, but now coming up onto turn 2 to turn 4, the uphill corners, GG is pitting. He's in the Dodge Viper, so his tire wear is pretty bad at the moment. It's the same, almost the same as the M4 tire wear. So GG exiting the pits. He comes out in 11th. We have our first pit stops already, and we are not even half an hour into the race, so this will be interesting. How many pit stops are we going to expect from this race? I am going to say 4 stops. If I'm wrong, I don't know. But the cars behind all, there's a battle for 12th place. Blue Phoenix versus Duracell here. They both have a penalty, and Blue Phoenix down the inside of the bus stop. Blue Phoenix make the move stick. Oh, they make contact. Oh, and Blue Phoenix keeps it together somehow. Both of them keep it together, and Blue Phoenix is up into 12th place. And he has better tire wear than the Supra behind. But the Supra has significantly more pace. Sorry, the Supra of Duracell has more pace than Blue Phoenix, as you can see. But, who will come out on top in this battle for, not last, but Blue Phoenix has to serve the penalty less because it's a 1.5 second penalty, and Duracell only 1 second. Measuring back the leaders, Luis Moreno extending his gap to 4.6 seconds. His last lap was a 53.007, very consistent pace in the Silvia. 53.001 lap in was a penalty, so we'll ignore that. Supergetti lapping on average 3 to 4 tenths slower than Luis Moreno per lap in the M4, but he's doing very well in the M4 considering the M4 isn't that spectacular on the tire wear, but he's making it work. He's doing the best he can. He's a very fast driver. This guy has scored high 300 points in GTWS races before. This guy knows what the fuck he's doing. He is talented. P3 meanwhile, Grid 1 Experience League racer in Gran Turismo. Last lap was a 53.2, only 10th of Supergetti, but Supergetti is going to find more pace soon. He's going to get something out of the hat, or pull a rabbit out of the hat, is what the idiot says. And he's under pressure right now from Rio. Rio does his personal best of the race with a 52.9 on the previous lap, but he loses 4 tenths. But he's trying to follow Grid 1. He's trying to pressure him. He has the pace. Supergetti reporting tire wear problems, and it looks to be correct in this case. We're going to bring it. He just lost 8 tenths in that sector. Luis has pulled up a half a second gap, 6 tenths gap, 7 tenths gap. And Luis has a 52.7 on worn tires. Let's see what Supergetti's time. 53.8. He lost 1 second. This is not looking good. I'm surprised. Meanwhile, Grid 1 has a half second penalty. Still under pressure from Rio, but Rio will probably not fake a move on Grid 1, as he knows he will get P3 from Grid 1 once Grid 1 serves his half second penalty. So, and Pedro, as you can see, and Rio gets P3. Meanwhile, Pedro Silva in the AMG SLS, we want to compare the tire wear between the M4 Supergetti. He and Silva have the same tire wear. So clearly, this case is proving that the heavier cars of the M4 and the SLS will have very good fuel consumption for the most part, but the tire wear will be significantly worse than the lighter cars of the Silvia and the Supra. Although I won't say the Supra is light either, but this is me, I guess. Okay, enough jibber jabber bullshit. Let's get back to the action, shall we? As we are seeing possibly some action unfolding. Supergetti reporting tire wear issues once again. As Ace Rio is now taking advantage of clean air, and he sets a 153.0, and he's trying to maintain a solid form of consistency in the Supra. He's trying to build a gap from Grid 1, but Grid 1 still sticking very well to the slipstream of Ace Rio. He's closing the gap on Supergetti a lot. Well, not too much to say. He just lost about a tenth to Chupagetti at turn 6, heading to turn 7. Chupagetti lost a bit of time. He lost about 2 tenths to go to H-Wheel on the exit. With one still sticking within 1 second of H-Wheel. And Chupagetti just sneaking to the turn 9. We have a comment on the stream from Noob Racer. Nice comment, we just need a better mic though. Don't forget to take breaks because the race is 3 hours. Yes, I've already planned my breaks and everything. Don't worry, my friend. Thank you for dropping by Noob Racers. Shout out to Noob Racers, everybody in the chat. Shout out to Noob Racers. He's one of the legends. Chupagetti's legends. I'll make sure to come on round 2. Yeah, it's okay, man. It's okay. I understand why you couldn't race today. It's okay, man. Don't worry about it. Okay, now back to the action. H-Wheel has done a 53.3 last lap. Chupagetti 54.4. He has taken out almost 9 tenths out of Chupagetti's advantage. Will this be a potential battle for P2 in the next 15 minutes or so? Chupagetti trying with all his might and wonderful talent, just trying to keep the tires alive in the M4, which is very difficult to handle. He's just doing his absolute best. Fun fact about Chupagetti, he is one of the finalists of the 2015 GT Academy in 2015. One of the fastest drivers in the Philippines. This guy has the talent. He's one of the veterans in the Gran Turismo community. He might be 37 years old, but he still has the hunger, the drive, the passion, the pace of people half his age. Chupagetti, one of the legends in the Gran Turismo community. Very fast, very skilled. Just holding on, using all of his 20 plus years of experience in Gran Turismo into this endurance race, just trying to handle a very worn M4, and he's considering that he wants to pit because and he read about it. His tires are gone, and Pedro Silva pits. He's going to try and undercut. Sorry, he's going to try and overcut. I don't get it. I know. You're on the same boat as Chupa. You can. So H-Wheel, he just gained about 2 tenths on the bus stop, so on the first sector. So Grid 1 not causing too much. I think these two are trying to push smart. They want to work together so they can get both of their cars on the podium. And Chupagetti unfortunately got a penalty at the bus stop chicane. He will now serve it. He's 1 second ahead of H-Wheel. This has gone from Chupagetti securing P2 to now an open wide battle for P2 between 3 cars. Chupagetti will have to defend on the inside. H-Wheel will take P2. And now this is going to be a race for the podium. 2 podium spots up for grabs. Luis Moino meanwhile extends his lead to 9 seconds. Luis is just on a Sunday drive now, isn't he? He's in Sotil in the Sylvia, just taking a twilight drive. Not really a Sunday night drive, but more of a Saturday twilight drive. Speed. And Chupagetti pits. He's gonna change tires. Where will he end up? Chupagetti changes tires. So Chupacabra exits the pits. Will he be able to come out ahead of Oahu? No. Oahu overtakes Chupacabra in the pits. Oahu has significantly lesser fuel than Chupacabra, but Oahu has very good tire wear. Okay, so Kevin allowing Silva to go through. Very smart play from Kevin, as he knows he's on significantly more worn tires than Pedro Silva, who just pitted for fresh soft tires. Very smart. I wish more drivers did that in endurance racing. And we have a battle for P7. Oh my goodness me! Nismo goes wide, and we have a battle for P7. The battle between Cheesy and Mimi. Oh, and Cheesy, they are going side by side into turn 6. Who is going to be brave on the brakes? And Ridley side by side, but Cheesy goes on the outside, and Cheesy holds on to P7. Oh my God, this is some great fucking racing between the Viper and the Sylvia, and we have Silva currently chasing down these drivers who have not pitted, by the way. These guys haven't pitted, and Silva is now on the charge to get to the field. Ridley is now starting on with pace and tire wear, and Silva goes on the outside. Will he be able to overtake Ridley on the outside? This is going to be interesting, but no, he doesn't. He's going to find a switch back. He's going to be very smart here. This guy is right into the ranks of Gran Turismo in the EMEA region. So let's see. He's taking it tentatively to the last 2 corners, just on the save. He's tired so he can not attack. Oh, and Ridley doesn't get a good exit. This is going to be very close. Ridley gets a bit out of shape. He's trying to defend, but Silva doesn't panic. He holds his line. He's holding his line. Ridley, meanwhile, goes on the inside. He doesn't get a good exit. And Silva just gonna use the shifting benefit from the Sylvia of Ridley. Now we'll be able to make a move down into the bus stop chicane. He's getting held up by Ridley, who's on significantly more worn tires. He loses 2/10 in the first sector. Doesn't said, oh, but he makes contact with Ridley. Ridley doesn't get a good exit. Caught Silva off guard there. And they both hold positions at the moment. Kevin still holding on to P10. Oh, and Silva died on the inside, and he goes a bit wide. He probably gonna power a bit too early, because he broke a bit too late, trying to make the move on Ridley's stick. But it's still a pretty great overtake. And now we're seeing a battle for P9 as Kevin Chua might just have a shot at P9. Let's see how Kevin will fare against OP Sylvia with his F-Type. He actually changed his car choice just before qualifying ended, so he's back to his beloved Jaguar F-Type. His front tires are significantly worse than Ridley, but he has more pace than the Sylvia driver. As you can see, he's 4 tenths behind. Let's spectate Kevin and see what's up. So Ridley just gives up the position to Kevin without challenging him too much, and Ridley moves up, goes on the P10 as Kevin goes to P9. Ridley is letting drivers through. Does he have an issue with his car? No, his car looks fine. Why is he letting people through? Yeah, I think Ridley paused his game. He paused the game. I think he's suffering from technical difficulties on his end. I'll ask him on the Discord what issues he's having with his PlayStation or his wheel, I guess. Duracell pits, you got a 3-second penalty for cutting the pit line. Blue Phoenix, unfortunately in last place. I think he has had a lot of incidents. He is 1 minute 36 seconds behind the leader. 1 minute 36 seconds behind Luis. And why the fuck is he flashing his right turn signal? Okay, I shouldn't be asking. Anyways, moving on. Silva has now caught up to GZ. Silva on the fresh tires, and he is gaining 3/10 on this lap on his personal best. So will he be able to line up an overtake on GZ anytime soon? So he does a personal best of 53.0 in the SLS. But unfortunately he has damage. He probably clipped the wall at the exit of turn 9. Because I've noticed other people getting a bit too tail happy on the exit because they decided to accelerate earlier, taking the risk of exceeding, trying not to exceeding, but taking advantage of making use of the track as much as possible. And with the damage, he lost 7/10 in the first sector alone. Yeah, I'm surprised. Why is it not going brighter? It's supposed to be 10 times. It's supposed to be 10 times weather acceleration, meaning it should be sunny by now. What the hell? We started with afternoon. So yeah, this is kind of odd. Twilight. This is Twilight. Anyway, if you're expecting him to Spaghetti, who is just moving up the field, he's doing consistent 52s now with slightly over half tank of fuel. And blue flag incident, Blue Phoenix just gives way to the leader. We have our first lap car of the evening. Blue Phoenix has been lapped. Grid 1 P2, 16 seconds behind. Oh, we have a yellow flag. What incident do we have? We have a yellow flag somewhere. Must have been Blue Phoenix. Nah, we're good. Grid 1, 16 seconds behind, and his tires are gone. He has a front left puncture as we speak, so he has to pit. Yeah. So Fierce unfortunately clipped the curb a bit too long on the exit of the bus stop. So he loses positions and down he goes to 8th place from what he was in 5th. He was in 5th and he got to 8th. This gives an opportunity for Silva to move up to 7th. Vin meanwhile has recovered. I think he has fixed his wheel issues or something. He's now in 9th, ahead of Nismo, who has a 3-second penalty for his pit exit troubles. Yeah, pit entry. No, you can get it at the pit exit as well. And Kevin also has a penalty for the same reasons. With 1 pits right now. With 1 pits for fresh tires. Wahoo with a personal best of 53.4 on lap 22, okay, that's a bit of a glitch. Lap 21, 53.8. Where does Grid 1 come out? He comes out in P5. Just in the safe zone ahead of Cheesy. Yeah, Yeah, Oahu hasn't pitted. Louis has a 26 over second gap to you guys. No, he's already pitted. Oh wait, no, he hasn't pitted. Yeah. So Louis hasn't pitted. So that half the grid still hasn't pitted yet. As you can see, Louis out in the lead still. He has led every single lap. No mistake whatsoever, apart from one or two penalties. He has been driving flawlessly so far. Oahu. Oahu, meanwhile, in P3, he sustained rear left damage, possibly from hitting the wall somewhere. So he's under pressure from Ace Rio, who has pitted for fresh tires. It's going to be a battle for the podium place. Will Ace Rio go down the inside of turn 10? Oahu, very smart to give up the position as he knows he is at a disadvantage of tire wear. And he concedes P4, P3. So Chupagetti's last lap 52.7, Luis 53.1. Chupagetti is gaining not much. Chupagetti not gaining that much time on Luis, although he has significantly fresher tires. But we shall see how the race unfolds soon. I think you might be lapping Blue Phoenix. No, Blue Phoenix is behind you. No. Yeah, it's Blue Phoenix. It's Blue Phoenix. Be careful. So checking in, HBO's last lap was a 52.6 with the first set of the soft tires. So his pace is now pretty good, matching Chupagetti and HBO setting very similar lap times. Not far from each other, just about a tenth separating these guys in terms of individual lap times, but the gap is pretty significantly big. Chupagetti has a 6.8 second gap over Ace Rio, and in the top 5, only Luis and Oahu haven't pitted, and they are both in the car with the best tire, which is the Silvia. So the Silvia might be, if you're in the Silvia, you might have to only do 1 or 2 less stops than the other cars on the field. Yeah. But you have more fuel than Luis. and as we speak. So, ever since Chupagetti has pitted for his first set of soft tires, he has gained only 3 seconds on Luis so far. So this proves that Luis can perform an overcut on Chupagetti due to the longevity of the Silvia tire wear. Reporting back to the podium places, Uahu has dropped his pace significantly on Ace Rio, but understandable since he hasn't pitted yet, and Ace Rio already has. Oh, and Uahu cuts the bus stop chicane a bit too much. He might sustain a penalty from that. Yes, it's a half-second penalty for Uahu. Grid 1, meanwhile, closing in on the Silvia. Blue Phoenix, meanwhile, hoping to stay out of the way of the front runners. He is one lap down, unfortunately. He has to give way to Chupagetti. Blue Phoenix has to adhere to blue flag rules right now. They're gonna be interesting. Okay, he's smart. He's pulling over. Blue Phoenix gives Chupagetti the way. He gives the way. He gives the way. Looking back. No close battles on track at the moment, apart from the battle for P4, but it might be quite easy for Grid 1 to take P4 away from Uahu, as Uahu currently hasn't pitted still, same as Luis. But Uahu is, yeah. You are in the Viper, right? So we have a battle for P4. Grid 1 stuck into the slipstream. He's 2 tenths ahead of Uahu. Will Grid 1 be able to make the move? He is very close. We are going to spectate Uahu, but Uahu places his car very well, not allowing Grid 1 to sneak down the inside of the bus stop chicane. So Grid 1 will have to tuck behind Uahu at the moment. Uahu not particularly defending this one very well, allowing Grid 1 to go down the inside, and Grid 1 gets into P4. Hello Kaping, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Kaping. Excuse me. Okay, so fuel tech. We are going to be analyzing the fuel level. Luis has 50% fuel. Chupagetti has about 55% fuel. HBO has 53. Grid 1 has 51. Uahu has 51. GZ 50. Pedro Silva has 48. Fierce about 51. Nismos 51, Kevin 55, Vidve 54, Duacell 53, 52, and Blue Phoenix with 50% fuel. But he's a lap down. Unfortunately, Blue Phoenix, the Blue Phoenix Laimun Lock is a lap down. Moving on to the action in the front, Lewis losing on average half a second to 6 cents per lap on pace now to Spaghetti, as Spaghetti has pitted for fresh tires approximately more than 10 laps ago as we speak. And Spaghetti meanwhile just keeping it together, keeping it sexy. His consistency hasn't gone too bad. You know, he's doing consistent lap times, high 52s, 52.9s for the past 3 laps. So if he is driving very consistently, he's showing us why he's one of the best drivers in the Asia region. You know, with all. Pedro is P7. What are you talking about? So AGL just lapped his fellow compatriot, Blue Phoenix, with one right now, 52.7, fastest lap. So Chupagati right now just, you know, keeping it sexy, keeping it cool. He's closing the gap on Luis, but Luis hasn't pitted. So the Sylvia has very great tire wear. Luis is not losing as much space as we thought. He's only losing on average half a second at 6 tenths per lap. So Luis has the advantage here as he doesn't have to pit as much as Chupaghetti. So Chupaghetti will have like better tires in the end of this 3-hour race, but this would mean that he would be behind Luis by a significantly big gap. Alright, and we have a battle here for P6, GG versus, and GG has a puncture, he has a left puncture, is he gonna pit? No, he's not pitting. So this is going to hinder Pedro Silva's progress. And he hits the last corner wall, so he gets double damage on his left side of the car. Very unfortunate. So you're going to lose about 5 seconds maximum due to the damage from his machinery. You're going to give GG an advantage as he will have a safety net of a gap to bring the car home to the pits, as his front left is gone. You know, due to the sheer weight of the Viper. GG, he's in the Viper. The Viper is worse tire than the M4, don't worry. And GG hasn't pitted. Yeah, he's been saving his tires pretty well, so. So Kevin right now P10 with sort of new tires compared to his fellow rivals in the back half of the top 10. Unfortunately, has a half-second penalty, which he will serve at the end of, in a few corners shortly, not at the end of this lap. GG right now, Pedro is reporting, and GG gonna pit. It makes sense that he's gonna pit now. This has unleashed Silva into clean air, and he doesn't need to get held up by the Dodge Viper driver. He's on his own now. He's going to make some great lap times in the SLS. Meanwhile, Uahu in the Silvia still holding on to a top 5 position. Uahu started from the back of the grid, and he has driven amazingly well. He's driven very consistently, very few mistakes. Although he doesn't have the pace of the top 5, the rest of the top 5, but as I said, I think that he crashed into the wall of turn 6 and he has terminal damage. Oh my god, how the fuck did I just jinx his race? He crashed into the wall and he has damage. Oh my fucking god. But he has a big gap to Silva, so he won't lose that much of time. He's still gonna keep it sexy and keep it cool. So he just have to bear the pain for 30 seconds and he's up and running again. Uahu has to be a bit more careful with the worn tires. He's one lap away from a possible left front puncture, just like Kizzy on lap 29. So he lost 6 seconds with the damage because he had engine damage. So yeah, we are almost approaching the 1 hour mark of this race. We are 57 minutes into this race. As we check, Luis Moreno still leads this race. Yellow flag where? We are reporting yellow flag by Kevin. Oh, I think GG crashed. GG hit the wall at the exit of turn 7, I believe, popping on the power a bit too early, and he just lost control of the car. So he might be under pressure from Kevin shortly. He's losing significant amount of time with the damage, but his damage has cleared up, thankfully. So he's on his merry way again with the fresh tires. Meanwhile, he has had a few incidents this race so far. He had a wheel issue, I suspect, in the early parts of the race. So unfortunately, he's down in P11. P12, do I say here? He's just hanging around, doing his best, driving pretty well. Blue Phoenix in last place. We have had one disconnection so far from Mr. Dre 70 AUS, and that everyone is on track. Everyone who registered for 1-1 is here. But you're still gaining on Luis, so Luis has saved a lot of tires. He's not close to a puncture. He's a few laps away from a puncture, but he's managing it well. Luis has been the star of the day. Apart from 1 or 2 mistakes, he has been keeping it very cool. He's keeping the car planted on track. He's not making any major mistakes, just very small, minuscule mistakes which won't be very noticeable. And Kubagati has had a track limit penalty from the bus stop chicane. Or perhaps he got it from the exit of turn 5. You ran wide a bit too much. So right now, there's no close battles on tracks. Everyone has big gaps spread out. Luis Moreno pits after being on tires, after being on the soft tires for 32 laps. Luis Moreno pits. Wahoo will probably pit this lap as well. Oh, and GG is disconnected. GG has unfortunately disconnected from the race. So this promotes Kevin to P9, Fierce to P7, Nismo P8. Vidvi is back in the top 10, benefiting from the disconnection of GG. Very unfortunate from him. Luis exits the pits behind Chupagetti, but keep in mind Chupagetti has pitted like many laps ago, so his tires will be significantly worse than Luis Moreno's tires. Wahoo also pits as well, going for a fresh set of soft tires. He will be refueling, probably just refueling a bit of fuel. Let's see where he ends up. He has a big gap to Fierce, so yeah, he will come out ahead of Fierce. He's still in contention for P5 as Pedro Silva's tires are looking significantly worn in the SLS. So Wahoo exits. He has a half-second penalty from a track limit violation on the previous lap, but even when he serves that, he will still. My prediction is he'll be lapping 1 second faster than Silva, but Silva will also have the pit for a fresh set of the soft tire. So Chupagetti still 1.7 seconds ahead of Luis Moreno. Both of them have made one stop, but one has significantly pitted earlier than the other. Chupagetti pitted on lap 16 if I remember correctly, and Luis lap 32. As we see, Chupagetti has just lapped Vidve, and Luis has also lapped him as well. So we're back to P1 and P2. But Chupagetti being on the lead this time, he did probably the biggest undercut I've ever seen in this game. 16 lap undercut. And Vidve left the room. He disconnected. Yeah, it's been an hour, what the fuck. And as you can see, Pedro has pitted. And will Wahoo get the undercut on him? Pedro is now leaving the pit lane. He's still in the pit lane, leaving the pit lane. Wahoo is just heading to turn 1. This will be very tight. Will Wahoo make the undercut work? Yes, clearly he makes the undercut work. No contest there. That was a very good strategy for Wahoo. Silva making his second stop of the race. Something happened. So Chupagetti's tires are slowly fading big time. He has had those tires on for 18 laps now. He's been doing a lot of conservative tire saving. And he's keeping a very good and respectable gap ahead of Luis, surprisingly. So this will be a very interesting turn of events once we hit the 90-minute mark of the race. The 90-minute mark is when we officially mark the halfway mark of the race. We're expecting 95 to 96 laps of racing. So more than 1/3 of the race has already passed. We have passed the 1 hour mark already. And seeing as we have a close battle for P8, Nitsmos versus Fierce. Let's see how this battle unfolds. Fierce has significantly fresh tires. Fierce has just pitted. Nitsmos versus Fierce. This is the battle for P7. Nitsmos hasn't pitted for a second time yet. His tires are 55 to 60% worn. He's in the 86. Why did it take me 1 hour to notice that he's in the 86? but he runs a bit wide at turn 9. This is going to give Fierce an opportunity in Sylvia with fresh tires, just taking it easy, just trying to plan his overtake on Nismo correctly. Nismo struggling for grip when I can see a significantly better exit of the last corner from Fierce. With his meaty overtake for P7, he's going to make the move down the inside at turn 1, and guess what? We have Fierce in P7 taking away the position from Nismo 86OZ. Very, very textbook overtake. Nismo, I don't think he has the tires nor the grip to fight this battle. Kevin, meanwhile, just behind, taking it easy. P9. Duracell. Oh, and Spaghetti pits. He pits earlier than expected. And Luis takes the lead of the race once again. HVO back up to P2. He's refueling right now. He should have fuel to last though. If he pitted for full fuel, he can last the whole race. Probably he only has to do a 4-stop at this rate. So it's a big gap to Oahu. He doesn't have to worry. But when Silva takes P5 from Oahu, I think he pushed. Yeah, there's a bump lag, which caused Oahu to his car to move weirdly and a bit aggressively there. But nevertheless, a pretty aggressive but fair move by Silva to take P5. Oh, and he gets the fastest lap of the race. 52.2. This is the first time that's a great fastest lap in the SLS. Well, can we not make it a Sylvia 1 make then? Oh fucking hell! I don't want 1 make race. Well, we will do a poll on the Discord later. I don't want that. Yeah, I don't want that. We need to ban that car. That's how we banned the Veyron in season 1. Remember? Anyway, back to the action, back to the commentary. Grid 1 overtakes Rio as Rio is pitting. Rio is pitting a bit too early. He's probably finding a big undercut. He's probably finding a big undercut on Spaghetti. He doesn't refuel though, so this should be an interesting development of events. Spaghetti running up to the last corner, and will he be able to overtake Rio with the big undercut? And guess what? Spaghetti is going to undercut Rio to perfection. Spaghetti delivered an amazing error-free outlap to overcut Ace Rio. Grid 1 hasn't pitted for a second time this race yet. He has significantly more worn tires. So we are just going to check in if there's any close battles. Blue Phoenix pits, presumably for a second time this race, and he gets slapped by by Pedro, who's also in the same car as Blue Phoenix. Oahu gonna line up a pass on Blue Phoenix, but not for position, but to lap him. Blue Phoenix not having a good round 1 so far, but I hope he finds more pace soon for the coming rounds. By the way, I'll be announcing round 2 will be at Daytona. Round 2 next Saturday will be at Daytona. It'll be 3 hours of Daytona for information. What? I thought it was... Blue Phoenix, let's Wahoo 2 without a hassle. Meanwhile, Fierce with the soft tires, gaining time on Nismo, just pulling a decent gap around. Louis setting consistent 53 zeros, not improving on his old time. We saw someone go purple. It must be from Mr. Laliave Chupaghetti. We have a new comment on the stream. Hi Matt, how is it going? The race is going pretty good up front. We have Luis Moreno, P1. He led every lap but a few laps because Chupaghetti pitted first. And yeah. Just said your link on this channel. Oh, okay, thank you very much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing the stream and whatnot. You guys are absolute legends. Thank you so much. Excuse me. And now, with not much action on track, we are going to be taking a short commercial break. I'm going to get some water and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, just enjoy the action right here as we go on board with Chupaghetti. And thank you for the like, Matt. Really appreciate it. Okay, hello guys, we are back from our commercial break. Apologies for any inconvenience caused. So we are reporting blue flag, receiving blue flags for our current race leader, Mr. Luis Moreno. Luis has been driving fantastically well, and Grid 1 has a front left puncture again, so he will have to make pit stop number 3. The Supra proving to not be very kind on the tire wear due to the Supra weighing approximately a few hundred pounds more than the Silvia. But Grid 1 nevertheless having pretty decent pace. Chupagetti has gained about 5 seconds since he pitted for his soft tires. Ace Rio meanwhile with faster tires than Chupagetti, but Chupagetti seems to be having the edge on the pace compared to his fellow rivals of Ace Rio and Grid 1. Grid 1 doesn't pit, so he's gonna risk another lap on these tires, so he might be at a risk of a severe puncture on the front left, meaning he would be understeering for days when he approaches the last sector. Chupagetti meanwhile just pushing as hard as he can while maintaining consistency and applying tire wear management techniques that he has developed by himself over the years and decades that he has been playing Gran Turismo. For information, for those who don't know, Terence Laliave has been playing Gran Turismo since the very first Gran Turismo of Gran Turismo 1, first released in 1997. And using all the years of experience into play right now. So Chupagetti just lost a chunk of time there due to the back marker distraction. But that's okay, he's still keeping it cool and steady. Grid 1 pits right now. So Chupagetti just gained up to 3 seconds on that lap due to Grid 1 having to slow even more for the pit lane entry. And he will end up back down to P4. So HVO right now just going to keep it in P3. One 15 seconds ahead of Era IMA7, also known as Pedro Silva, but he has significantly worse tire wear. Wahoo just in the background there in P6, running a very consistent race, although he has made mistakes, but he has risen up from the back of the grid to what could possibly be a potential top 5 if he can keep pushing like this and closing on Pedro Silva even more. He will have a shot at potentially grabbing P5 in the end of round 1 of It's the fuel. You have too much fuel. You have too much weight on the car because of the fuel. So surprisingly, the fastest lap is not held by the race leader. It's held by none than our guy running in P5 at the moment, which is Silva. 52.277 in the SLS. So if he can keep this fastest lap until the end of the race, then he will get the bonus 15 points for fastest lap. Luis at the moment has the bonus point for pole position, which is 5 points. So Luis at the moment will be getting 405 points from this race, and if Silva continues to hold on to P5 and the fastest lap, he will be getting 335 points. And so Luis Moreno right now still building up a sizable gap over to Chupagetti. Although he has to serve a half-second penalty for track limits at the bus stop, but he is still very consistent. Very few mistakes from Luis. We're going to approach the halfway mark of the race shortly. We are 1 minute 25 seconds. We are 1 hour and 25 minutes into the race. We have had 3 disconnections, 3 DNFs from this race from Mr. Dre 70 AUS, TZ, and Ridve. And CSL Kevin Chua is going to be lapped by the P2 driver of Terence Laliave. He has been lapped. And Chupagetti surprisingly has closed in the gap to Luis from 30 seconds to 27.8 seconds. No, Luis got a penalty, so. No, you're making a good gap to HBO, don't worry. You're still pulling a significant gap. I think you put in a full tank. I don't think you have to refuel again. You don't have to refuel again for the rest of the race. You can just change tires. And Chupagetti makes a mistake at the pit, and he clips the curb slightly offline, and he loses the stability of the car. So he loses about 1.5 seconds to Luis at the chicane. No wonder you lost 3 seconds to him. Curb brakes. So Luis Moreno right now just trying to recover from all the major mistakes he has made in the past 2 laps, just trying to keep it cool and steady. He's building up, he's going to make the gap 30 seconds again. Chupagetti rounding up the final corner, trying to extend a lot of the track as much as he can. HBO closing in with significantly better tire wear. I think he pitted much later than Chupagetti, but he might have a shot at P2 if he can keep pumping in those sexy lap times and challenging, not just challenging, but keeping up a strong, consistent pace and managing his tires well, given the Supra being a front engine car. All the weight distribution is in the front of the car, so it's all about maintaining trail braking techniques and not yanking the car in the corner too much to induce more steering angle, thus causing the tires to open up more on the front. This track being heavy on the front left, you got to be very careful on the right hand corners, which would severely affect the left tires a lot. And now HBO will be lapping his compatriot CSL Kevin shortly as they approach the heel corner of turn 8. Grid 1 meanwhile 10 seconds behind HBO, but on significantly fresher tires. He pitted on lap 43 for new softs. HBO pitted much earlier. Bipolar Express, rock and the stream, go Rio and Red One, yes, thank you so much. Rio is doing well. He is in contention for second place. Rio started this race. Why do I keep saying Grand Prix? This is not a Grand Prix. This is not Formula One. This is Gran Turismo, and this is the Gran Turismo Asia Pacific Endurance Series Season 2. You're tuning into the second season. If you want to watch the first season, I made a YouTube playlist called GT Asia Pacific Endurance Series. You can watch all the races from Season 1 in there, as well as the very first endurance race I did on this channel as well. Meanwhile, HBO just slapping Kevin, as you saw earlier, just pulling out a big gap to Kevin, and he is closing the Chupagetti a lot now, so he might be thinking about places where he can gain time on Chupagetti. More importantly, on the long corners where the M6 will start to struggle due to the left front tire opening up significantly more than the Supra. The Supra weighs slightly less than the M6, so you will have a tire advantage compared to the M6. Excuse me. So HBO right now close the gap about half a 10 in the last corner. That way into the tricky turn 9 where it's easy to lose the rear end if you don't be careful. And he navigates through the corner successfully by gaining a 10th. The last 2 corners are pretty long corners, so you gotta be committed and brave on the accelerator. And he does exactly that, gaining up to a 10th again. He now starts lap 49. We are now halfway to the race, ladies and gentlemen. We are just slightly over halfway to the race. We are 49 laps in. We should be looking at 96 laps of racing. when we cross the checkered flag in 1.5 hours time. This is your 90-minute notice to all drivers in the VC and those who are listening to the stream while I am commentating. Or if you're listening to my commentary for Chupagetti's live stream, well, hello to Chupagetti's viewers as well. Hope you guys are enjoying the commentary and sending you guys lots of love. Mwah mwah. So while HVO is closing down on Chupagetti, we are going to be analyzing possible battles at the back of the field. And HVO has significantly closed the gap. So, yeah, it's not fixed win, so yeah. My HVO is significantly better time by closing on Chupagetti every lap, chipping away the tenths. Definitely not seconds, but chipping away the tenths out of Chupagetti. Last lap from HVO was the 52, Chupagetti 54.4. He must have made a big error on the last lap. HVO right now closing in. Let's see how much he gains on turn 5. He gains about a tenth there. Yes, because it's kind of proven, you know, like car behavior changes when with various wind directions and speed. Bipolar Express is my new story drivers. Yes, these guys are story drivers. I agree. So Silva pits right now. He pits for fresh tires, and he's going to refuel at the same time. So he's going to plan a very aggressive strategy towards the end of the race. So this is his third pit stop. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is his third pit stop of the race. And we are expecting 2 more pit stops from Pedro Silva. And he now exits the pits ahead of Fierce. Fierce has a penalty, so it will not affect Silva's progress. Wahoo makes a big error at the chicane and he loses control of the car, but he doesn't slam into the wall, so he collects the car pretty nicely and he carries on What a save from Uohu. Although he loses probably about 5 to 6 seconds of lap time. Very unfortunate from Uohu. Green one, meanwhile, still keeping it sexy, keeping it cool. HBO is up. Now we're having a battle for P2. HBO, will he be able to overtake Chupageti on the outside of turn 1? Chupageti is defending for his life here, using all the decades of experience to place his car at the right place at the right time, and although he compromised his exit on turn 1, as HBO gets a very good slingshot line at turn 2 and now exiting turn 4. He's gonna get a big overspeed. He's gonna attempt to overtake Chupageti on the outside of the bus stop chicane. Will he be ahead by the time he hits the bus stop chicane? Chupageti breaks so late and he defends for his life and he keeps speed to. Oh my god, this is a great racing here, and we are more than halfway through this race. Chupageti defending even with worst tire wear in that M4. He's doing an awesome fucking job in that fucking car. Great work, and we have someone who should not be in the lobby, but I can't kick the person because, oh well, I'm not the host. Chupageti, the guy in P2, our legendary Terence Aldrich Laliave Chupageti is in P2. And the guy who disconnected left the room, actually. Yeah, I don't care. So, Chupageti is still holding on to P2. HBO is really low on fuel. He probably can only make one more lap on this fuel tank before he makes his pit stop. Maybe his third pit stop of the race. Luis has only made one pit stop on this race so far, so his next pit stop is estimated to be in approximately 10 to 12 laps time, depending on how he manages both his tire wear and fuel consumption. And I have no doubt that he's doing a great job so far, apart from 3 major mistakes throughout this race. But it hasn't impacted his race significantly, as he currently holds a 37-second gap to his nearest rival, being his longtime friend and compatriot Terence Laliave Chupageti. Speaking of Chupageti, HBO has picked up the pace a bit and he has closed in the gap on the M4. Let's see, can HBO gain time at the all-important turn 6, which is a medium speed downhill left-hander. If you get the exit right, you can gain a heap amount of time. Not a great of an exit. He's in the dirty air now, but he gains a lot of time with a very early exit on turn 7. He gains a big 10.5, almost 2 tenths. He's closing in the gap into the heel corner, makes the lead, and then so he can get a very early exit to cancel out the early braking that he did. And now, very early exit from turn 9. He's 4 tenths behind Chupageti right now, and Chupageti pits again. He's pitting again, his tires are gone again, so this is going to be his third pit. Is this your 4th pit stop already? Or 3rd? Yep. This is Chupageti's 3rd pit stop of the race. Only a tire change. He has fuel to last him the entire race, so he doesn't have to worry about the fuel at all. He can just keep on shifting the way he's shifting the car, and he will be ahead of Red 1, so he won't have to worry about losing time. Losing too much time to Red 1. Red 1 is approaching turn 1 already, but by the time he heads into turn 1, Chupageti is already passing turn 3, and navigating to turn 4. Really cool stuff from Spaghetti right here. So now he try and close the gap to HBO. HBO has to pit as well, probably about this lap, because he's significantly low on fuel, estimated to be about 5% right now. His tire wear seems to be bad, but not terminally bad. 39 seconds behind Luis Moreno now, who is in the Silvia having the time of his life. Just enjoying the benefits of the OP car. And to top it off, he is one of the fastest drivers in Asia. So good, very great driver, great car. It's a killer combo. So Spaghetti back up to P2 as HBO has pitted for a brand new set of soft tires, plus he has also refueled his car to about 48%, 47% fuel. With one, meanwhile, just hanging on to P4. Not the race he has been hoping for, given that he had pace for pole position during qualifying and unfortunately had a very unfortunate start, getting overtaken even before reaching turn 1, as Spaghetti's had a monster of a start at M4. So when running wide again, he's going to get a half-second penalty for that, for his troubles. Okay, that's odd, he didn't get a penalty. Usually you get a penalty, but I think he got lucky right there. So Spaghetti has built up an 8.5 second lead to Ace Rio, but Luis right now, he hasn't pitted since lap 32, And Luis is probably going to win this one with a humongous margin. I think he has already lapped Kevin, Blue Phoenix, and Duracell, and Nismo. So next person that Luis is gonna lap is SNI Fierce in the same car. They're both in the Silvia, but you know, Luis has been managing his pace really well. So top 6 have not been lapped. 7th and below will be lapped shortly. So that's pretty much half of the drivers remaining. Half the field has been lapped, pretty much. Fucking hell. So those on the lead lap right now. So those on the lead lap right now are Pedro Silva, Uahu, Ridwan, Rio, Terence Aliave, and Luis Moreno. So Luis is going to line up opportunity to lap PS 971. He has to abide to blue flag rules and doing that perfectly. Yeah, I was about to question my comment for a second, but he does give Luis the place. Now Kibageti turns Aleve on the fresh soft tires, trying to see whether he can make an impact by attempting for a fastest lap with these tires, with the fresh softs, but of course, excuse me, it's low fuel. So his last lap 53.0. Let's see why it's Ace Rio's last lap 53.3, 3 times faster than Ace Rio on the previous lap. Although Chupagati had splitted 1 lap earlier than Ace Rio. Interesting development of stuff right here. And Luis Moreno leads his race by 1 minute. 1 minute. Holy Mother of God. It's good on the field. No, but I had a good pace with the car. That's why I told you. I told you this car was good. So what? Can you? Oh God! I'm serious. It is good. Oh, good Lord. But you're going to finish P2 regardless, so what the hell? You're going to finish on the podium. Nissan OP, yo. No, because Daytona is a high-speed track. No, it's a high-speed track. No, fuck you. It's a high-speed track. It's a high-speed track. Don't. Fuck you. Do not insult your co-organizer. I'm the co-organizer of this series. You have to listen to what I say. Then you can suck. Then no. Do not make false accusations. Okay? It's accusations. What the fuck? Okay, getting back to the race. We're taking a few breaks here just to calm our throats from all the intense conversations we have been having with some of our drivers and co-organizers in the Discord voice chat in the Spaghetti Discord server. If you guys would like an invite, please let me know. I will contact Spaghetti to give you the invite. At the moment we're having a battle for P4, but Grid 1 at the moment just not having a good lap this time, just making small costly errors. Has himself a half-second penalty, and Uahu in P4 in the Sylvia, and he's only pitted once so far this race. He's doing the same strategy as Luis. Although he's 1 minute 23 seconds behind the race leader, but he's still doing a pretty decent job of keeping it consistent, not making any major errors apart from what happened 10 laps ago. So this lap from Oahu will be a 154 with 156. HBO meanwhile lost about 2 seconds to Spaghetti on the last lap due to an error, and Spaghetti doing mid 53s right now on these tires. Luis Moreno meanwhile 1 minute ahead still, doing low 53s, keeping it together, keeping it cool in the Sylvia. Although he had a penalty on the previous lap, so that kind of brought his pace down a bit to a 154.7. Okay, fine enough. So it wasn't a penalty, just Yeah, basically you intentionally slow down to not get penalty. Yeah. And your tires are pretty sort of new. Oh, penalty! Fuck. I can tell that corner's a bitch. That corner is a one big bitch. So Wahoo, his tires are going to be dying soon, so he probably can only make these tires last one more lap, and he won't have enough fuel to last the rest of the race, so he would have to make a pit stop shortly, perhaps on the next lap. With one behind, not making big gains on Wahoo now, as his tires are 5% more worn than Wahoo, and he's now going to be at risk of getting a puncture again. So he'll be making his fourth pit stop perhaps at the end of this lap. And Wahoo is actually gaining on grid one. So Wahoo, surprisingly, with a great strategy, given he's in the best car for this race, the Ultra OP Sylvia. He started this race about P9, P10, and sorry, not even P10, he started this race at P11, and he's made up some positions alone, and he has a personal best sector 1 on dead tires. Fucking hell, this Sylvia is a beast. Grid 1 meanwhile struggling to even navigate to the chicane. Massive understeering moments. He's understeering a lot, and he goes wide at turn 5. He's gonna get the tires and compromise his exit. Luckily for him, no penalty, but he loses like about 1 second to Wahoo on that corner alone. So he has sustained the left front puncture. Wahoo, meanwhile, no puncture reported from his side yet. He's still keeping it pretty consistent. All round, great pace from Wahoo. But he's going to be pitting soon, same as Luis. But Luis has 10% better tire wear, 5% better tire wear than Wahoo in the same car. And he is 1 minute 24 seconds ahead of Wahoo. Speaking of gaps, Supergetti has lost 2 seconds to Luis in the past 3 laps. And Luis has extended his gap over to Supergetti by 1 minute and 2 seconds. But he has yet to make his second and final pit stop of the race. As we have just passed the 2-hour mark, we have less than an hour to go, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe I'm saying this. We have less than 1 hour to go as Grid 1 makes his fourth and potentially final pit stop of the race. He will be refueling his car to no, he doesn't refuel to full fuel. Surprisingly, he's probably gonna refuel a little bit, and then he's on a 5-stop strategy by a little bit. As Luis makes his last pit stop of the race, this will be his final pit stop of the race. The Sylvia is so good that they can do 2 pit stops in this race alone, while the other cars like the M4 and Supra will have to do 4 to 5 pit stops. Absolute scenes we are witnessing here. So we might consider banning the Sylvia for the remainder of the season due to this car having a ridiculously unfair advantage over the rest of the field. We will discuss with my fellow organizers about banning this car for the rest of the season, unless there's a BOP change or something. But we want to keep this competition, this series as fair as possible, like how we did Season 1 in Gran Turismo Sport. So we will consider big changes from round 2 onwards. Supergetti meanwhile rounding out the final corner, rounding out turn 1, 3 seconds ahead of Ace Rio. Rio has closed in a lot, having amazing tire wear, and is closing in the gap on Supergetti as we speak. Well, who pits right now for his second and final stop as well. So he's gonna be throwing in a splash of fuel as Pedro Silva completes his lap and provisionally takes P4 away from Oahu, but we all know that Pedro Silva is in the SLS and he will be pitting later as expected. So keep an eye out on his strategy. He's on a 4-stop by the looks of things. Oahu only on a 2-stop strategy. Grid 1 meanwhile completed his 4th stop. He'll be doing 5 stops. He's not trying to refuel as much as possible. SNI Fierce on fresh tires. He just pitted a couple laps ago, so he should be in contention to keep his P7. Steady Nismo P8, Kevin P9, 43 seconds behind. Blue Phoenix 2 laps down. Holy shit. And there is actually a battle for the top 10 right now. Blue Phoenix versus Duracell. Both are one is in the Supra, Duracell is in the Supra, and Blue Phoenix is in the SLS. So, I want to witness this battle, because this is a battle in the back of the grid. Blue Phoenix is under threat of losing P10. Duracell will he be able to close in enough for Blue Phoenix? No, he's too far. He's still 4 tenths behind on Blue Phoenix. But he goes in there. Oh, and Blue Phoenix brake test him. Unfortunately, but Blue Phoenix gives the position to Duracell as and he hits Duracell on the rear. This is very, very aggressive racing from both Duracell and Blue Phoenix. This SLS versus a Supra here. But Duracell has half-second penalty to serve, so he's trying to defend on the outside of Blue Phoenix, but Blue Phoenix dives down the inside of turn 7, and he gets the position from Duracell. But Duracell is side by side with Blue Phoenix. Unfortunately, the battle's got short due to Duracell having the surface penalty, and the gap, and Blue Phoenix increases the gap to Duracell once again. Meanwhile, Luis just pitting from his second and final stop of the race. With a lighter car, lighter fuel load, fresh stops, he's looking to perhaps unseat Pedro Silva off his fastest lap. Luis's fastest lap of the race at the moment is a 52.5, his personal best. Well, it was a fastest lap for the first half of the race until, due to a stroke of luck with the wind direction and the wind speed, Pedro Silva, currently running in P4, snatched the fastest lap by a mere whopping 3 tenths. Shit. Oh, and there's a battle for P2 as HBO goes side by side at the chicane. Oh, Chupageti defends this. Yes, Chupageti defends the inside. He knows how to place the car at the chicane. But he takes a slightly wider line of the entry of turn 5, but he brings the car to the apex slowly with smooth steering inputs, and now heading into turn 6. Going slightly wide off apex, but then he brings the car back by going off the throttle longer, and then the slamming on the throttle. Now Chupageti with older tires, 1 lap older tires, but with a much heavier M6 than the Supra, he's at a bigger disadvantage of slightly, I won't say slightly at this point, slightly is an understatement, more like a massive tire wear difference. Chupageti would have to extract all of its experience into placing the car at the right place at the right time to defend his P2 from Ace Rio. As we speak, Luis 33 seconds up the road. He doesn't need to worry about these two. He has a very comfortable lead up front. But we are not going to focus on Luis at the time being, as there is the battle. Less than 1 hour to go before the checkered flag. Not Luis. Chupagetti, Terence Aliave, 3/10 ahead of HBO. He's just keeping the car where it should be. HBO having significantly more cornering speed than the M4 of Chupagetti. Now he's super close to Chupagetti already, heading down to the sequence of corners of turns 2, 3, and now turn 4. HBO now plans to go around the outside of Chupagetti. He has tried this move before twice, but Chupagetti caps the place. But now as they head into the bus stop chicane, will Chupagetti be able to defend? Can he break late? Yes, he can once again, 3 times in a row. He has the inside line of the chicane and he breaks very late. Ace Real being denied of P2. And this is some extremely close racing from 2 experienced drivers in Gran Turismo. Ace Real just trying everything to overtake Chupagetti, but Chupagetti knows how to defend. He has mastered the art of defending very well. Not just in Gran Turismo, but he is also a new and upcoming driver in Assetto Corsa Competizione as well. Chupagetti right now maintaining 3 to 4 tenths of a gap to Ace Rio on significantly more worn tires. For your information, Chupagetti has very, very worn front tires on that M6. Well, HBO, although he has pitted a lap later than Chupagetti, but he has 1.5 times more front tire wear than Chupagetti. Sorry, tire life, not tire wear. Just stumbling with my words at the moment because this battle for P2 is exciting and there's a lap car in the way of Chupagetti. I wonder who that is. It's the guy in last place, Duracell. And HBO going down the inside Chupagetti, but Chupagetti is defending for his life on the outside. He cuts off Ace Rio at turn 1. This is some sexy racing right here. We're going to spectate this too for much longer as Ace Rio. Will he learn his lesson from the previous laps, or will he still try to go on the outside of Chupagetti? He has to find a way, but Chupagetti is going to defending inside again, but Ace Rio is not close enough to make a dive. He tries the outside, but no, he has to back up from it. There was no gap for him to attempt a move as Pedro Silva again pits for the 4th and final time of this race. This is his 4th pit stop. And he's gonna apply a fresh set of soft tires, plus possibly refuel as well. As Waku right now reclaims P4 and Grid 1 unfortunately hasn't recovered all too well. I think he has made far too many errors in this race already, unfortunately, as Pedro Silva exits the pits in P5. Grid 1 unfortunately not having the best of races. A lot of major errors have cost him the podium and even the top 5 finish, unless he can get the last phase of this Grand Prix right and he gets the position of Pedro Silva through pure strategy. Now improving sector 1, but not too far off either. 0.022 seconds of his personal best sector 1. But he's closing the gap a lot on Pedro Silva, so I no doubt that he's going to do well in the last few laps of this race. We are in lap 69 right now. And now you guys are starting lap 70 as there's a close battle. Oh my god! HBO is on the bumper of Chupagetti. He's licking that bumper good. He's going to go side by side. Turn 40, he's going to be very risky. Wow, but Chupagetti cuts him off. Chupagetti being very dirty and sneaky and racing hard there with Ace Rio. He's fighting for his life to defend that P2. This is some very hard and sexy racing right here from these two, giving us a great entertainment in the last hour of this race. And Ace Rio tries to go out there outside Chupagetti, but he fails. Chupagetti is placing the car at the right place at the right time. Absolutely clinical masterclass defensive driving from the experienced Filipino driver of Terence Laliave. Oh, and Blue Phoenix is in the way. There's even lap cars in the way as Blue Phoenix is causing a big of a ruckus here between the Blue Phoenix now biting to Blue Flag Blue Wave as HBO sees the opportunity to dive on the inside of Laliave. Will he do it? No, he won't. He'll be very sensible and this time. And with the next opportunity, as he tries to go side by side with Chupagatti at turn 9, but there's not a point you want to go side by side at. But HBO will now go for the switchback move, possibly at turn 10. He's trying to go side by side, but no, he will have to wait another few corners to attempt another move on Terence Laliave. But HBO down the inside, he caught Chupagatti napping there. So it's side by side with Chupagatti right now. That Super has grunt. Just not enough to launch down the inside of Chupagatti. Chupagatti just driving ever so cool, ever so elegant to hold position. While HBO is throwing everything at him, all sorts of challenges, as we are witnessing two battles on your screen right now, one for P2 and P3 and the other one for the top 10. As HBO right now, very close to Chupagatti, will he be able to dive on the inside? But no, it's way too far. He has to be less than a tenth behind Chupagatti to even have a seat on the inside of the bus stop chicane. But he holds position at the moment. While all of this battling is happening, Luis Moreno has extended his gap to 43 seconds ahead of Chupagatti and Luis. And HBO, he's going to go down the inside. HBO, down the inside. No, he backs out of it. He was going to send one down the inside at turn 7 on Chupagatti. He is trying to distract Chupagatti in this nighttime conditions. But Chupagatti is just keeping cool, braking with pure technique and precision. He's not letting the pressure slip away from his fingertips. HBO just hanging on to the back of Chupagatti. He's trying to think of ways to pass Chupagatti. This track is not the easiest track to overtake. I mean, it's not impossible to overtake here, but Chupagatti pits. Chupagatti has concerns about his tire wear, so he's gonna pit right now. This is gonna unleash Rio into clean air right now. HBO will now be relieved that Chupagatti has pitted. And this will be Chupagatti's fourth and last pit stop of the race. And he'll be coming out comfortably ahead of Wahoo, who is in P4. Hey, I could save tires with this car. I told you, I tested it. I could save tires with this car. What do you mean? Don't blame me. I've seen this car do well in GTWS by Veltro. So although the car has bad tire wear, but I know you. I trusted you had the talent to make it work. I trusted you had the talent. I mean, you have the talent, but you got to extract more of the talent, bro. I know you have it. That's why I'm pushing you to go beyond your limits. That's when you become an even better driver. You gotta trust me, bro. I care about you. That's why I give you the M4. I care about you. That's why I'm giving you a challenge so that you can become a better version of yourself. You can become a better driver. You know what I mean? As HBO right now makes his fourth and final pit stop of the race, he has pretty good tire wear, but I think he wants to make an overcut work on. If he makes the overcut work on Chupagatti, then this should be a game changer as HBO will probably secure P2 this way. If you can make the overcut. Now Chupagetti is lining up the final corner. HBO exiting the pit lane, but Chupagetti meanwhile holds on to P2. HBO doesn't make the overcut work, but he's exiting the pits right now with a 5-second gap to Chupagetti. Meanwhile, on the last lap, Pedro Silva has gained 3/10 on Oahu on simulator tires. Grid 1 in P6, not the best race he's had. And I'm not sure whether he's going to be lapped by Luis. Remember that he started on the front row alongside Luis, and he might be getting lapped soon by the race leader. Really quite unfortunate. I think Grid 1 has the pace, but unfortunately today's race didn't go according to plan. Take it easy, my friend. So Luis once again with a 1 minute gap. Very comfortable lead. Oahu has a half a second penalty which might drop him down. He won't make him lose places, but you decrease the gap he has to Pedro Silva. He used about 1.5 seconds with a penalty. Making the SLS work, as you can see. Kevin blue flag for Grid 1. Roger, yes. No worries. Kevin abiding to blue flag rules. Luis is behind as well, he's a bit far. And Luis, as we speak, has done a personal best of 52.415 with the fresh set of tires given. Luis trying everything in his power and talent to get the fastest lap point from Pedro Silva. So we have about 37 minutes to go before we conclude this race. Less than 38 minutes, sorry. So all around pretty big gaps, no close battles going on, no one within a second of each other. The closest gap we have on track, we have a yellow flag. HBO is... Oh, Blue Phoenix went off. Blue Phoenix spun. You exited track limit. You went wide at turn 5. A bit too wide. It's okay. Don't worry. You have a good gap to HBO. He also had a... No, he didn't get a penalty now. HBO did a 52.401 on lap 74, so there's 2 people in contention to potentially beat the fastest lap set by Pedro Silva on lap. Well, it was after the 90-minute mark. We check the stream replay later. But as it stands, our podium finisher, our guys on the podium are Luis in P1, Chupaghetti P2, and Ashville P3. Ashville closing in on the fastest lap, 52.3, his previous lap in the Supra. And he gets a 1-second penalty for exceeding track limits at turn 1. Wahoo meanwhile has extended his advantage over Pedro Silva and has done his personal best of the race with a 53.181 in the Silvia. Great pace from Wahoo. We should be expecting more great things from him as we head into the future rounds of the season. Further rounds. Unfortunately, a team's a 5-10 penalty at the turn 1. So meanwhile, with Grid 1 having to serve that time penalty, he has been lapped by Luis Moreno. So this means everyone from P6 to P11 has, all drivers from P6 to P11 have been lapped. Half the field has been lapped by Luis. Drivers not lapped, of course, Luis. And speaking of Luis, he got the fastest lap of the race now, 52.249. So as it stands, Luis should be getting maximum points out of this round with 420 points and a 40-point lead in the championship over Chupaghetti, who is currently in P2 and potentially getting a 380 points unless HBO steps it up a gear and makes a last-minute push for second place. Wahoo meanwhile driving very well. He started outside the top. He started P11 and he's in P4. So he's one of the contenders for driver of the day actually. He made up the most positions purely mostly due to his very clever strategies, as well as keeping cool, keeping steady, not making big crashes, as well as overtaking cars with big IQ moments. You know what I mean? I'll take one final break for about 5-10 minutes as I go and drink some water. I'll be right back. Do not miss the action. Okay guys, we're back. And we are back for the last half of this race. Oh, and just got some reports. We missed out 2 laps ago. Ace Rio has now the fastest lap, 1:51.8. Ace Rio is has suddenly found a lot of pace in the closing stages of this race. So this is very interesting. Ace Rio right now with the very first person in the 51s. This is absolutely interesting and amazing to see. So he's really pushing it. He has low fuel and pretty decent tire wear, and he's giving everything he has, like as if this is qualifying, and he's doing a 51.8. So that's great pace from Rio. That's almost a time trial pace, but you remember he had low fuel. Tubaghetti, meanwhile, last lap he has done a 52.4. So he has found a lot of pace as well. So great pace from Terence Aliave. Luis navigating through back markers once again. Ahead of Duracell. He just lapped Duracell and Pedro and Blue Phoenix. Sorry, Pedro Silva and Blue Phoenix. Grid 1 unfortunately not having the best of races, but he will come home. Not really come home. He's closing in on P5. So as it stands, Pedro Silva will be the lowest he can finish is P6. As behind Grid 1, the gap between Grid 1 and Fierce 971 is 53 seconds. So if Grid 1 just splits now, he's low on fuel, so he will be the only person here to do a 5-stopper. Or in the top 6 to do a 5-stop. And Luis's pace has been so good this race. He has lapped everyone but the top 4. He has lapped P5 of Silva. Wahoo, Rio and Tubaghetti have not been lapped. So this is absolutely dominant demolishing pace from Luis Moreno. Great start from Luis. Just controlling the race nicely. We have 25 minutes left of this of round 1 of the Gran Turismo Asia Pacific Endurance Series. We are now in the last half an hour. Less than half an hour, actually less than 25 minutes now. So we have approximately 14 laps to go before we see the checkered flag. 14 laps to go. And there is still a potential battle for third place, as HBO has the fastest lap and the only one in the 51s. So where he found that pace, he's found that pace out of nowhere, which is very impressive. So he has less than 25%. He has 24% fuel, sorry. You have 25 now, so yeah. But his tire wear is like better. A lot better. Grid 1 pits for his last stop of the race. So Blue Phoenix flashing his lights at Pedro for absolutely no fucking reason whatsoever. What in the blue fuck? No pun intended. And by the way, thank you guys for 8 likes on the stream. Thank you guys so much for the support. And so we have gained some subscribers. I guess I have to refresh my YouTube at this rate. Not really, but thank you for the support regardless, guys. You guys have been absolutely fucking amazing. You guys are rocking this shit out, boys. So now we are just spectating Spaghetti right here. HBO has been closing the gap. He's doing consistent 52 fours for the past 4 laps. He's been doing consistent 52 fours, but unfortunately he has been subjected to a 1 second penalty for exceeding track limits at turn 1. So he gets a 1 second penalty as Pedro Silva makes his 5th and final stop of the race. So Ridwan's not the only one who has made a 5 stop. Pedro Silva has made a 5th stop as well. So this is a big turning point for the battle for the top 5. Will he be able to keep P5? Will he be able to make the overcut work as Ridwan exits turn 1, and Pedro Silva just has a good enough gap to keep P5, and he has done the first overcut I've seen all race, apart from Luis's overcut, but that's a different kind of overcut because he's in a OB car. So that is the absolutely monstrous advantageous overcut. But this is between two non-OB cars of the of the Supra and the SLS. And Pedro Silva, in a car which is not known to be that good, has made an overcut on the Ridwan, who, by the way, started on the front row of this race. He started alongside Luis, by the way. He showed great promise during qualifying and in the first 3 laps, but unfortunately his pace towards the end of the race has faded away, unfortunately. So Uahu right now, just keeping it cool. He's been driving really well. Although he's not matching the pace of the leaders, he's snapping on average a second slower than the leaders per lap. But he's been doing a pretty decent job at keeping the car where it should be, on track. Managing his tires pretty well as well. Meanwhile, HBO has dropped a bit from Spaghetti, possibly due to a penalty. So if HBO finishes where he is now, let me just check the points system. He will be getting 375 points with the fastest lap bonus, unless Luis finds a gap to pit. Luis has a gap to pit twice now. He can do 2 free pit stops and still come out in the lead. That's how big the gap he has built over the course of the past 2 hours and 40 minutes. Luis can do 2 free pit stops and still come out ahead of Spaghetti. That is how big the lead is, which is absolutely diabolical, if you were to ask me. While Luis is at the end of Sector 3, Terence hasn't even completed the first sector yet. But he completes the first sector now. But Luis is at the final corner. That is such a big gap, man. Fucking hell. I had good pace in this car, so you trust me on this. I was doing mid 52 high fuel with this car, and I could save the tires. I was trusting your talent. I could save it. I sent you DM saying I could save it. Why don't you believe me? Anyways, less than 20 minutes ago, and I don't think the top 3 are gonna change. And I'm soon as SNI Fierce makes his potentially fourth and final pit stop, and he'll come out ahead of Nismo, of course, who is running P8. Kevin running behind Nismo's in P9. Selected blue flags again for Terence Aliave, who will be lapping Kevin for the second time. And behind Kevin, 1 minute behind Kevin is Blue Phoenix, and this is the only close battle we're having on track for fucking 10th place. What in the blue fuck again? As Blue Phoenix is improving his sector 3, that's his personal best sector 3, and he has built up half a second on Duracell alone this last sector, so not sure how he found pace, but he doesn't improve, unfortunately, as Louis does a personal best lap of the race of a 52.1, but still not enough to unseat the fastest lap of Ace Rio, who surprisingly does a 51.8. That's very lightning pace already from Ace Rio, but he only did a 51 once. His consistency right now with slightly more worn tires are mid to high 52s right now. But Chupagetti is now in the 53s again, so he's losing pace about 3/10 to half a second per lap on Ace Rio. So he has to think of a way to come up with his brilliant defensive strategies if applicable in the next. Oh, when Ace Rio pits again, he has low fuel apparently, so that's why he could get the fastest laps done. Now we know why he underfueled the car, so he's gonna refuel again, add in a splash more fuel, and perhaps extend his fastest lap advantage. Wahoo is now rounding up the last 2 corners. Will he be? He will be too far away to make an impact on Ace Rio. Wahoo meanwhile 1 minute 51 seconds. Oh, and he pits for one more time. So, yeah, I saw he cut the pit lane, but he will have a big gap over Pedro Silva, so that won't be a big problem for Wahoo. Here apparently, but he has a big gap to Pedro. So Pedro is lining up the last corner, but he will be about 10 to 12 seconds behind Wahoo. Let's just check the gap once Pedro crosses the line. Wahoo gets a 3-second penalty for cutting the pit lane line, but he maintains about 15-second lead over Pedro Silva. Even when he serves that 3-second penalty, he will only lose 6 seconds, so he will have he only refueled. I thought he only refueled. He was probably worried about the fuel consumption. But even then, Pedro has much fresher tires. He's lapping in the 52s again. Chupagetti pits for the 5th and final time of this race, just for a short change of tires and possibly a small dash of fuel. Ace Rio meanwhile, would it be the undercut he's been looking for? This opportunity. Chupagetti is exiting the pit lane right now. Ace Rio lines up the final corner. Chupagetti is still on the pit lane exit. Ace Rio full steam ahead with the fresh tires and the significantly low fuel. Chupagetti exits the pit lane, whereas Ace Rio still braking at turn 1. So Chupagetti makes the overcut as usual work. So, and Luis pits again. He probably wants to get the fastest lap back from Ace Rio. He has the gap to do so. As we are now approaching to a point of the race where gaps are big, apart from P10 and P11. And we have 12 and a half minutes remaining on this race. So we're looking at about 6 to 8 laps of racing to go. We are in, I can't believe I've been sitting here for more than 4 hours commentating on this shit. But I mean, this is a series that me, Luis Moreno and Tuparetti are organizing ever since December last year when we were in GT Sport. So Luis right now navigating his way to the bus stop chicane. Tuparetti also on his outlap. Both of these guys are on their outlaps. HBO meanwhile probably pushing for the fastest lap again. He's probably trying to get a 51. No, but he loses half a second in the middle sector. So now it's between the two fastest Filipinos in Gran Turismo 7. Will it be Luis Moreno getting the fastest lap again, or will it be Tuparetti? Let's ride more with Tuparetti first. On his brakes very nicely, very early into the first corner. Just shifting that M6 very nicely. One thing about Tuparetti is that he's driving this car very well. He's not making errors in this car. He's just bringing it home right now. He's gonna push for a fastest lap. Doesn't improve sector 1, but only 4 milliseconds off his best, so he has a lot of room to improve this his 52.4 from lap 80, which was pretty much like 9 laps ago. Now braking at the 100-meter board. The car is significantly lighter now, so he can exit corners earlier, carry more cornering and apex speed, and also can brake later as well due to the reduced weight of the car as opposed to the car having much less fuel. 110 up now. He has found 110 in the middle sector alone. As we check on with Luis, as we don't know whether he improved his sector 1 or not. Maybe he did. He has much lesser fuel than Tuparetti, and of course 1 lap faster tires than Tuparetti as well. Will Tuparetti improve? Wow, he goes 167 milliseconds faster, more than 1/2 tenth faster. Will he be doing a low 52 this lap? On its brakes, just slightly dead on the advertisement on the left, on the power early as well. Let's see what this lap for Tuparetti will be. 151, 152.2, still less than 4 tenths away from the fastest lap by Rio at the moment. Rio, that's a 52.7 meanwhile, so Tuparetti last lap half a second faster than Ace Rio. Luis Moreno meanwhile getting a bit of a safety benefit from Uahu. If he laps Uahu now, he will lap everyone but the podium finishers. He's been on a solid drive today, absolutely dominant, field crushing drive as Uahu lets Luis by obeying blue flag rules, and Luis has lapped everyone but the podium finishers at the moment. We have less than 10 minutes to go. We have 8.5 minutes to go of this first round out of 4 of Season 2 of GT8, also known as Gran Turismo Asia Pacific Endurance Series. We are in the last 10 minutes, or should I say the last 8 minutes 20 seconds of this race. I can't believe I'm saying that after 3 fucking hours, as Luis improves his first sector by a tenth. Luis is just delivering this lap right now like as if this is the last ever lap he'll do in his life. He's just pushing it, exerting the limits of this Nissan Silvia S15. Just nailing the apexes, just extending all the track limits he possibly can, riding the curves to get the speed boost, just trying to find the correct weight distribution, exiting the corners as early as possible. He's purple on HBO now by almost half a tenth. Now Luis just has to brake on his marks. 100-meter board is the braking marker he finds. Now he brakes slightly after 100-meter board for turn 9. Getting on the power super early, trusting the grip of the car. He's one tenth up on his old time. He's passing 100-meter board, just a small lift. Low on fuel now, but that does not matter. He has the fastest lap in the bag already. He can afford to pit once more. And Luis easily gets the fastest lap, 51.7. So that's a great fastest lap from Luis Moreno. And I have no doubt that he's going to get 420 points today. He led from pole position. He has led almost every lap of this race. And now at the end, with 6.5 minutes to go, he gets the fastest lap once again with a 151.794. And will he be able to extend this advantage? Well, we'll find out soon enough. Luis Moreno, he's low on fuel, so he has to do a third pit stop, but it doesn't matter. He has like 1 minute 11 second lead ahead of Chupaghetti. So if he pits now, he'll probably come out like 50 seconds ahead of Chupaghetti with 3 pit stops. So we have about 5 laps remaining of this race. Let's see, can he improve? So he does a 108.7 sector 2 in the Silvia. This is some great shit from Luis Moreno right here. Misses the apex a little bit, but he has the grip to power out as early as possible. Just trying to balance the total input so he doesn't run too wide. He loses about a tenth, but I think he has a better exit though. He didn't run too wide into the grass. Navigating into the last 2 corners. Exiting in 4th gear. Doesn't hit the wall. He's trusting the limits of this car. And he extends his fastest lap advantage by 14 milliseconds. He just keeps on giving us Chupaghetti. Only 3 tenths slower than 2.5 tenths slower than Luis the previous lap, 52.0. So Chupaghetti doing very well in the M4, given the M4 has terrible tire wear. HBO does a 51.9 on the previous lap as well, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to unseat Luis's fastest lap of 51.7. So with 1 pits again, probably he might be, if he gets this pits right, he might be in contention for the fastest lap at the end of the race. Uahu, another half-second penalty to serve. He has his tire wear is looking pretty bleak right now, lapping 2 to 3 seconds slower than the leaders per lap. But we have less than 4 minutes to go. We have 3 minutes 45 seconds to go. So we're looking at 2 more laps of racing. 2 to 3 more laps of racing from the guys here. Luis running wide once again there. But showing he has a lot of pace in this car. A lot of capabilities. A lot of lap time in that Silvia. Oh, but Luis extends the track a bit too much and smacks into the wall, sustaining damage. Loses about half a second of lap time there alone, unfortunately. But it won't matter. since he has a fastest lap, and his closest rivals being his compatriot Terence Lalliave and HBO for Malaysia, not improving as well. Who extends his gap to Pedro Silva by a second, but he has a 1 second penalty to serve. Once again, for obvious reasons, I'm exiting track limits in turn 1. Grid 1, with fresh tires right now, he will be looking at an opportunity to steal the fastest lap point from Luis Bueno, which is 15 points. That's very big for the championship, as 15 bonus points can mean big. So let's ride about grid 1. We be able to let's monitor sector times. We be able to unseat. If you get any purple sectors, then you'll be a good indicator of grid 1's pace at the moment, with absolute fresh tires, with pristine grip, and the lightest car possible to do a fastest lap. Let's see. Personal best sector 1, not a purple, but let's see with the significantly less weight on the car right now. Very, very low weight due to grid 1 having less than 10% of fuel. Let's see how he does. You cut the chicane too much, unfortunately. Okay, that's hard. But you missed playing this game for a week, right? And it looks like we are starting the last lap of this race. We are going to be finishing this race. Luis is on the last lap right now. Less than 30 seconds to go. We have 20 seconds left of this race. Once Luis crosses the line, it's race over. We have 15 seconds to go. Luis is running out the boot, turn 7. We're going to be watching Luis. He's not going to improve this fastest lap, but he has been absolutely dominant. He's a driver who has made the fewest mistakes. He's made the right strategy calls. He has made precise, consistent lap times. And at the end, his last stint, he has done a high 51. And as you can see, 3 hours have passed. Luis will complete the 95th and final lap of this race. Luis Moreno from pole position. Luis Moreno wins the first round of the GT8 Season 2 at Watkins Glen. And we are still watching P2 Spaghetti Terence Lalliave. He has a 1 second penalty, but does HV have a penalty? No. But even with Terence having the penalty, he will still finish P2, provided he doesn't make any major mistakes, as Uaku crosses the line in P4, Pedro Silva crosses the line in P5. He tried to close in for the 4th position, but he was still a bit too far. Uaku from P11 finishes P4. What a great drive from him. He done a 3-stop successfully. Luis Moreno also with a 3-stop. But you finish P2, bro. You finish P2 and you have good pace with the M4. You did a 52 flat. Fastest lap. So, Terence Lalliave crosses the line, launches at the final corner in the process to finish P2. HVL 2 seconds behind in the Super finishes P3 and rounds out the podium. And P6 go to grid 1 P7 Fierce 971, P8 Nitsmo, P9 Kevin, and P10 Blue Phoenix. And there we go, Luis Moreno wins the race. So great race all around. Congratulations to Luis Moreno for winning round 1. Well done, man. Very dominant drive. GG. So thank you guys for watching GT8 round 1. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream and the commentary. And I'll be back next week for round 2. Where of course I'll be doing the commentary the whole season, as well as being the co-organizer with Luis Moreno and Chupaghetti. Once again, thank you guys so much for participating in round 1, and I hope to see you guys in round 2. And to the viewers of the stream, thank you very much for tuning in, and I'll see you guys next week. Take care and have a great weekend.